The Masters Superbike Championship is brought to you by Principal Insurance, part of Howden. For motorbike, car, van and home insurance, Principal Insurance have you covered. Get a quote today.
It's back online. Watch these fantastic footage of the circuit with our marshals back on their posts. And Superbike's on the grid, tyre warmers on. Paddock stands up. We'll hand you over to Jim Halligan, who'll give us an insight from the pit lane.
And thanks, Andy. And we're on the grid for the first of the two Principal Insurance Superbike races here at Mondello Park this afternoon. Brian, lovely looking bike, and you're all in black. It must be warm in there.
Yeah, but it's a good complaint, isn't it? Usually this time of the year here it could be a bit colder, but no, it's great. The sun is out, and we're hoping to have a bit of good fun race.
Stretching the legs, second place yesterday behind Derek Shields. Better run than the Northwest.
Yeah, we're having a few little issues with this bike. Unfortunately, it was a bit not running the horsepower we want at the moment, so it's very slow. So yeah, I led for the first 10 laps of the race, and then I kind of ran out of brakes, and then back marker kind of got in the way. So, but it should be a bit closer today now between a few other lads in the mix, so it should be a bit of fun.
A big couple of weeks ahead.
Yeah, that's the other thing. We're trying to get out of here one piece as well, because on Wednesday we head to the Isle of Man for the big one. So it's got to have fun, get out of here in one piece, and see how it goes.
Well, best of luck, and great to see you up here. We'll grab a quick word with our pole position man, Derek Shields, on the Roadhouse racing machine. Derek, doing a bit of racing across in BSB as well this year.
Yeah, no, something different. That's a change of scenery. So no, it's good. I'm enjoying it over there, you know.
Completely different machine than the S1000 you're riding here. It's like a straight handlebar machine, but and it's got a different size engine on both sides.
Yeah, that's right. You know, I felt a bit alien here yesterday just riding this, and obviously the speed difference. But you know, it's a bit of crack. The class is good, and you know, it's very competitive. So it's just a change of scenery. You get over there, do some of those tracks we haven't done in like 20 years.
You having a bit of fun doing it?
Oh yeah, enjoy it. I always enjoy myself anyway.
So tell us about the F800 Cup or 900 Cup. Basically, they're all standard machines, not tuned or anything.
No, they're all BMW sealed engines, so allegedly they're all sort of even keel on horsepower, so it just boils down to weight, and you know, I'm not the smallest lad, so I tend to slow my bike up, but it's yeah, they're all the standard class. They have set suspension, all the shocks are the same, you know, the suspension's the same, so it's supposed to be even, you know. It's a good class, good cheap racing over there.
There's a right bunch of Irish lads. You having a bit of fun with them?
Ah, yeah, we do. We have a bit of crack and we slag each other, you know, and it's rolling banter for 3 days. That's all it is.
Well, here, it's great to see you on pole position, and well done. And hopefully you have a good run the next round.
Yeah, cheers, thanks.
And we'll hand you back to James and Andy in the tower.
Thanks for that, James. So our clear the grid siren has gone off, and once the riders get into gear and get going, we will pull up the grid for you ahead of this 12-lap race, our second Principal Insurance Superbike Pro race of the afternoon. Of course, yesterday's race was really sensational with Brian McCormack and Derek Shields given a great account of themselves. Really left nothing out there with dipping into the 53-minute laps. And you would imagine tyre conservation is going to have an effect either towards the end or the middle of this race. We can't just exactly see whether the tyre has been used or whether they've gone with a new set. Either way, they're away first of 2 sighting laps. And we will pull up the grid and talk you through how this is going to line up for this 12-lap race. Great shots of the bikes coming around turn 2 before they exit and get out to the country. Turn 3. nicely bunched up. So pole position with a 53.5 from yesterday is Derek Shields. Brian McCormick, middle front row beside Peter Maloney. Row 2 is Emmett O'Grady, Shane Conley, 289 Darren Tierney. Danny Matheson, number 15, heads up row 3, ahead of Declan Madden and Rowan Waters. Row 4 is Kevin Madigan on the Darracor R1M, alongside Ryan Whitehall and Sean Brawley, number 99. Alan Smith starts row 5 ahead of Colin Murphy. Marius Kopka has qualified for the pro race. Well done, Marius. Ian Weirty is row 6. Alan Kenny didn't get a qualifying time yesterday, so he's in the middle of row 6 beside Andrew Weirty. So we can expect a lot of progress from Andrew Weirty and Alan Kenny starting at the back of the grid. So we're going to have to stay sharp to see what inroads they make to the front of proceedings. So riders coming around Southside Motor Factors, building up some heat in the tyres, get that last bit of cool air around the motors before they bounce them off the limiters to get the most optimal launch into turn 1. You see Derek Shields from his 82 Roadhouse Macau BMW S1000 RR alongside number 111 Brian McCormick, who'll wrap up this evening and pack up for the Isle of Man TT races in 10 days time. For the moment, his focus is going to be on banking championship points in the absence of Kevin Keys. So good to go. All eyes on the start. Good clean start from the front row. Emmett O'Grady gets a blinder, and it looks like Emmett O'Grady's going to get a run into turn 1 in the lead, but Brian McCormick gets around the outside and holds the line into the left-hander. Turn 2, gets the gas on early as he tips it into turn 3. We're watching Derek Shields bridge the gap on Emmett O'Grady, who's second. Shields is all over the back of that VTL Honda Fireblade, so he looks as though he doesn't want Brian McCormick to get away early and build up any momentum or pace. You can see the Mirage already forming on the hot tarmac. Peter Maloney has a look under Emmett O'Grady as well, but just not in a position to make the pass at the moment. Brian McCormick uses all of the circuit to complete his first out lap. Needless to say, it's a quick one at 58 flat, so that'll be interesting to see what he can do for the remainder of this race. Depending on the tyres that he's used, chosen to use a 3 tyre allocation for the weekend. Of course, many riders will stick with 1 front and 2 rears, the brand of their choice. As we watch Brian and Derek Shields starting to close in already on the entrance to Darracor, turn 4. Peter Maloney all over the back of Emmett O'Grady as well, but not just gone past yet. We will watch the gap for Derek Shields. And that time is very important as they buzz the tower for the first time in a flying lap. It's the fastest lap of the weekend so far. Derek Shields at 54.12. Got that bike singing. No sign of his compadre Big John McGovern in the paddock this weekend. He got the weekend pass. Hope you're enjoying the sunshine, John. See you next time. We'll be anxious to watch Derek make a move on Brian shortly. So 3 laps in for this 12-lap race. Be interested to see what the pace develops into the mid part of this race. That kind of heat, track temperature, 20-30 degrees, chew up a rear stick. There's no way to ride these bikes nicely or be kind to the tyres. You just have to hammer at every corner. Derek Shields starting to shadow Brian McCormack. He's only one bike length back at the moment, so wherever he decides to pounce, he's in the right position to do that. He made a fantastic manoeuvre yesterday on the outside of turn 3, which we weren't at the liberty of seeing, unlike the footage we have at the moment, but it was a classic turn 3 manoeuvre, something you don't see very often. Probably took Brian by surprise, but a lovely clean pass, and then vamoosed for the remainder of the race. So Brian, I think, will be a little bit sharper about the vulnerability of turn 2 and the exit to turn 3. Be anxious not to let Derek get past. So out of Southside at Motor Factors, it's a 1-2 for Brian McCormack and Derek Shields. Number 8, Emmett O'Grady holds off. He advances with Peter Maloney on the GSX-R 1000. Number 96 then is 5th, Shane Conley on that really tidy blue R1. As we watch Brian and Derek, there's a gap over 2.5 seconds between second and third, so 2 battles going on for first and second, and then 2 seconds behind in the battle for third and fourth between Emmett O'Grady on the VTL Honda Fireblade and Peter Maloney, number 7, the black and white GSX-R 1000. Peter's first return to competition of the year, missed out rounds 1, 2 and 3, but back with a bang for 4, 5 and 6. That's lap 5 completed. Still the fastest lap of the race for Derek Shields at 53.8. Brian has yet to dip into the 53s, but he did casually yesterday, but no need at the moment. As we watch, Emmett O'Grady formed a little bit of a gap from Peter Maloney. Peter squeezes the brakes a little bit less and closes that gap again. Huge power wheelie from Emmett O'Grady past the Marshalls post, Delta 5, to come into turn 4. But Peter Maloney still all over that VTL Honda of Emmett O'Grady. Looks like Alan Kenny has become a cropper at the S's, the exit of the S's. We should have a flag indicating. Yeah, with this flag, it looks like Alan Kenny has come off. Go ahead, running at the back of the grid. But currently it's Derek Shields who's got past Brian McCormack and has already created a slight gap to the Tremor man on the Macau Roadhouse by FHO Racing BMW M1000 RR. So let's keep an eye on the lap times to see if Derek has the faster pace as we just go past half race distance. And that last lap was a 54.5 for Derek, so obviously lost a bit of time as he set that pass on Brian McCormack. And that last lap was a 55 for Brian. So the next couple of laps are going to be interesting to see exactly what way the pace remains for the last 5-6 laps of this race. Still dice for third and fourth going on between Emmett O'Grady. And Emmett's circulating quite well, and he's seems to be finding a good rhythm of the mid 54s. Peter Maloney just can't find an opportunity to get past. Similar runs down the start finish, so no major power or speed advantage for either bike. Last lap for Derek Shields, another 54.6, so the pace has dropped about a second, best part of a second, with 4 laps to go. In the Cup battle, Ronan Waters leads the charge, number 151 on his Honda Fireblade, ahead of Ryan Whitehall, number 361, and Declan Madden at the moment will stand on the Cup podium. As we watch the battle for third and fourth still go on between Peter Maloney and third place man Emmett O'Grady. Maybe Peter's got something up his sleeve, maybe it's too early to go. He might leave it for another lap or two before Emmett has time to react. We watch the times. Another 54.5 for Derek and 54.6 for Brian, so still carrying a similar pace but not getting in each other's hair. Rona Waters still leads the Cup charge ahead of Ryan Whitehall and Declan Madden. As we just take another look at Emmett O'Grady and Peter Maloney still going at it, third and fourth. They're ideally matched, these Suzuki and Honda riders, because there's nothing between them. Lap times are remarkably similar, 54.4s for both riders. So Peter's been studying Emmett's to see if there's a spot where he can make a move. There's nothing blatantly obvious to see exactly where he can strike, because Emmett was just riding the lines absolutely perfect. Spoke to him at the lunchtime, found another setting on the bike that they discovered at the Northwest, and just applied it to the bike now, and he said it's made a great improvement. So it's clear in his results anyway, as Peter has a look around the outside, but just doesn't get the drive out of the S's, but will perhaps make it an option for the end of the race to see if we can make a pass stick on Emmett, but not at the moment. The Tralee rider is absolutely pinpoint inaccuracy. As the last lap flag goes out, if Peter Maloney is going to make a move, he's going to have to do it within the next 5 corners, or the remaining podium position will go to Emmett O'Grady on the VTL tag Honda Fireblade. But in the meantime, Derek Shields keeps the pace at a 54.4. Brian McCormick the same, making no inroads to Derek Shields' lead. As we watch them drive out of the turn 4 Darragh corner for the last time. We should see the leaders come past any moment now, and it is going to be a win for Derek Shields. 2 on the bounce, and Emmett O'Grady just hose off Peter Maloney on the Suzuki GSX-R by the narrowest of margins, 0.05 of a second, 0.05 of a second. Almost a win, third place for Peter Maloney, so that'll boost his confidence ahead of the final race of the afternoon. So a win for Derek Shields, Brian McCormick second, and Emmett O'Grady completes the podium for the Superbike Pro race. In the Cup battle, Ronan Waters takes the spoils, 151, ahead of Ryan Whitehall and Declan Madden. So all the riders back into Park Ferma now. You see the pro riders, their bikes on the paddock stands. So we just get confirmation of that result. In the Superbike class, Derek Shields wins, number 82 from Brian McCormick in second, Emmett O'Grady in third. In the Cup category, Ronan Waters takes the win, his Honda Fireblade. The R1 mounted Ryan Whitehall, number 361, was second, and a BMW S1000 RR of Declan Madden, number 883, takes the final podium for the Superbike Cup. 11th place went to Darren Tierney. Kevin Madigan was 12th, 13th, Sean Brawley, Davin Casey 14th, Colin Murphy 15th, Marius Kopka was 16th, and one lap back, Ian Whearty, number 86, on the R1 Yamaha. And of course, Alan Kenny became a cropper at the exit of the S's. So hopefully, Alan will be back for race 3, showing good potential. As we prepare for the podiums, we will hand you over to Fergus Brennan.
Superbike race of the day. As usual, we've got the Superbike Cup and the Superbike. We're just looking for Ryan Whitehall, a visitor here. Is not used to our system of getting up to the podium. So English rider Ryan, his first time in Mondello, and he's made the Cup podium. So if Ryan could make his way to the podium, that would be great. But while we're waiting on him, hopefully he'll turn up in time. We're going to call out the podium in reverse order as usual, starting with third place in the Principal Insurance Superbike Cup. It's Declan Madden. So once again, Ali from Principal Insurance, our main sponsor, is here to present the trophy. So third place to Declan. Come on over here, Declan. That's the right one. Yeah, you got it this time. And then in second place, Ryan Whitehall, if he can make his way up to the podium. Looks like we're not going to get it. So our winner, Ronan Waters. Another Superbike Cup win for Ronan on the aging Honda CBR. Great job once again. So one last call. Hopefully we might get him up here before we're finished and have a word with him about his trip to the Masters here in Ireland. It's Ryan Whitehall. We're looking for Ryan if we can get him. Declan, you were running in second for a while there, but Ryan came and got you.
No, he's ahead of me the whole way.
Oh, well, it shows how much I was watching.
No, just we're a bit off Ronan, but we'll catch him in the next one, hopefully. It's just, the bike's all up now, so it's going well.
So do you miss out by not doing the Fridays, do you think?
So that's work, you can't do everything, you know. No, Fridays, yeah, it's an advantage, but it just can't happen.
Okay, well done anyway, Declan. You've one more goal to catch this man here. Ronan, hop down here, too tall for me to reach up there to you. Another good cup win, well done.
Yeah, we were here on Friday getting set up on the suspension here, and yesterday was a good race also with Declan there as well. It was very close over the line. Today I got a good start, and we smacked on a new tyre there for the race today, so that should do us for later on as well. So.
Well, it'll have to, because you're only allowed 3.
Yeah, well, that's it too, yeah. Well, I have another sticker left, so not too bad. So that's, yeah, I'm delighted here, you know what I mean? Delighted. So.
Okay. Well done. Hop back up there on the podium. We just see one last look around to see if Ryan is going to join us. Doesn't look like it. So well done to our top 3 there in the Superbike Cup. Declan Madden third, Ryan Whitehall second, and our winner, Ronan Waters. Yeah, we just need to set up the other. So we did another great race there at the front. Another great race there at the front of the Superbike race overall. Same top 2 as yesterday, with Derek Shields and Brian McCormick having a great battle, but with a different third place man. Got the better of Peter Maloney today. In third place, it's Emmett O'Grady. Ali once again presenting the trophies. And in second place, Brian McCormick. And a double winner now on his return to the championship, it's Derek Shields. And we will have one little presentation to do after all of this. We'll have to get Ryan Whitehall up here to collect his trophy. So before we talk to the 3 lads, we're going to ask Ryan to make his way up onto the podium. And I'll present the trophy to him and give him a hop up here, Ryan. Ryan, our English visitor, first time at the Masters, didn't know the drill. Well done, Ryan. Quick word with you. So well done. Second place in the Cup is not a bad achievement on your first trip to Mondello.
Yeah, I chuffed a bit. So just real friendly, and everyone's been super nice to me. So thank you very much. Cheers.
Okay, well hopefully we'll see you go one better later on.
Well, yeah, maybe hopefully.
Okay, well done, Ryan. Thank you very much. Emmett, you had a bit of a battle there with Peter Maloney.
Yeah, good battle to be fair. I knew Peter would be there from the start. We got a great start. Just tried to dig in there at the start with Brian and Dell, but it just edged that gap away. But the track was warm and it's a small bit greasy, but nothing to complain about. Stayed in there and roll on to the next one.
Do you think you can do anything with them?
If I can manage to stay there for the first half of the race, I think I'll be thereabouts with the two, because all going well, they knock a few clatters out of each other and figure they'll pick up the pieces, but we'll see how it goes.
Okay, well done anyway on third place. Brian, another second place. You're building these up now this year.
I know, yeah, always a bridesmaid, but I know it's good. To be honest, when you're behind Derek around here is good. You know, both of us are racing here 20 years, and it seems like nothing's changed since. You know, we're still at the top, so it's good. It's good, clean, safe racing. That's what I want before I go to the Isle of Man. So one more race now, one piece, and we'll be happy.
And you're going to give him a bit more stick in the next one.
Yeah, sure, why not? We'll see. Maybe a new rear tyre in, so that one was a bit slippy from yesterday. So yeah, we'll give it a bit of a go.
Okay, well done. Derek, great to have you back. Great to have you back on the podium. Hop down there. You're far too tall for me to reach up there. So you happy with the way it's going?
Yeah, no, it's a bit of crack, you know. We got a good race there yesterday, got the win, and today we got it as well. So yeah, no, the pace is hot enough. So we just try and keep manners on them, and yeah, try for the last one. But it's going to be a tight race, like.
Well, it always is with you two. Obviously, you're back after a short while away. You seem to just slip straight back into it.
Yeah, no, it felt a bit unusual riding around here, to be honest. But yeah, no, we had a good race, and yeah, I just got to the front. But no, I'm enjoying it here back in Mondello. It's like it's very same as 20 years ago. You probably look at the results, it's the same thing.
Well, Peter Maloney did say on the grid it's probably the oldest front row on the grid ever, but it doesn't matter, you're still giving us the entertainment. Well done to our top three in the Superbike race, Emmett O'Grady, Brian McCormick and Derek Shields, and we'll see them all again later. But for the moment, we're going to hand back over to Andy for the next race.
Thanks very much, Fergus. So our next race up is our final race for the Declan Madden Groundworks Junior Supersport and Moto 1 field. And they're already on the grid. We're looking down at 5 rows of bikes for this session, so just waiting on the riders get ready, and then they will have their 2 sighting laps. And once they get out on the tarmac, we will pull up a grid for you. Good battle in the middle of the pack yesterday, but Ruben Sherman Boyd is taking the bull by the horns on that Kawasaki 400 Ninja. The last of the riders, I think Joey Hennessy. Joey's on row 3. And good to go with their out laps. We'll pop up our grid on the live stream now and talk you through our positions for race 3, their last activity of the afternoon. And Ruben Sherman Boyd showed everyone a clean pair of heels yesterday, and he is on pole position ahead of Rhys Gates, number 915, and Fionn O'Connell completes row 1. Row 2 is Alana Marr, Joey Milliken, and Fionn Stevens on the Tianda 300, Team Ireland, Team Talent Ireland. Joey Hennessy, row 3, ahead of Max Puerty, Joe Crosset. Buster Sherman Boyd leads row 4 ahead of Donald Donovan and Mantas Shugdenis. Aoife Griffin is on row 5 ahead of Finn and Werity, and Mark Carey, number 27 on the R3 Yamaha, completes row 5. So again, 2 championships running within this one race. The Junior Supersport R3 Yamahas and Kawasaki Ninjas ahead of the more kind of GP based Moto 1 bikes, like the Tiandas 300s, NSF 250Rs also in that category, producing similar lap times, all the same, different configurations, all on treaded tires. Of course, with their orange bibs indicating that they're new to racing. Keep an eye on the names of this grid because you never know where you're going to see them end up in their careers. Back to the start finish with 10 laps of their final race of the afternoon. So our grid marshals, everything in place. Riders look to get away. Starts are critically important in these smaller capacity. Aoife Griffin has a problem, so it looks as though she can't get the bike off the line. That's going to be a disappointment for the previous Moto 1 Masters champion. Meanwhile, in turn 1, it is Ruben Sherman-Boyd who gets away the best. Aoife's got away, that's good. Must have been a problem, gear selection, but thankfully she's away. Sherman-Boyd settles into the groove for his first turn 3 entry and exit. We must all bail into turn 4, the Darragh corner. See who's got the advantage. So Ruben Sherman-Boyd leads. The leaders to come past. It's Fionn Stevens and Fionn O'Connor in second and third. On Moto 1 category. Fionn Stevens, we can see in our picture. Number 17. So Ruben Sherman-Boyd with the fastest lap of the race so far on lap 1. See him build on that, you would think, with the gap that he's extended already. It's 10 lap race. And he was past the tower. 101.5. Fionn Stevens in second. Alana Maher has passed Fionn O'Connell. Now she's in third position. Racing in the Junior Supersport category. Fionn O'Connell in fourth. Rhys Gates was running in the top 3 yesterday, but has dropped a little bit of pace today. And he is in fifth, ahead of Joey Milliken. Sherman-Boyd taking the lead into turn 4. Still from Fionn Stevens, number 17, Ireland Talent Team prospect. Fionn O'Connell has passed Alana Maher, so he's back into third position, so he will have Fionn Stevens in his sights and then make a pass on his second position, see if he can jump up for and step on the podium. Last lap of the race so far goes to Ruben Sherman-Boyd, unsurprisingly at 101.4. Fionn Stevens last lap at 102.7. So we just can't close the gap to two completely different motorcycles. Ruben is on the Kawasaki 400, whereas Fionn Stevens is on the Tianda 300. Just behind him, closing the gap, is Fionn O'Connell on an R3 Yamaha. Behind the gap between the second and third, which is Batten. In focus at the minute between these two guys, the two Fionns. And the R3 outdrags the Tianda 300 this time through the start finish, and we'll see who gets. But it's a pass for Fionn Stevens up the inside of turn 1, makes that stick and gets out clean as he heads out into turn 3. Alana Marr also capitalised on Fionn O'Connell sitting up in the middle of the corner, but he's back in the hunt in 4th position, 5th position, because Rhys Gates, I think, has joined the fray. And Alana Marr has pushed her way to the front again. I think she's going to be running second now. Fionn Stevens appears to be having a problem. He's going back to 5th on the road, so it's Alana Marr who will lead the charge from 2nd place, ahead of Rhys Gates, Fionn O'Connell, who's back up into 3rd position, making a pass under the bridge on Rhys Gates. He will firmly set his sights now on Alana Marr. 2 different categories. Alana races in the Junior Supersport. Fionn O'Connell is Moto 1 on the R3 Yamaha, tipping into the double apex turn 3. Back into shot. Fionn O'Connell not in a position to make a move just yet, but he's having a look. These bikes will handle quite similarly, same type of corner speed. So it's all going to be down to slipstreaming or brakes. So we'll have a look at Alana's entry into Southside Motor Factors. O'Connell left the brake until last minute, but just wasn't. As Ruben Sherman Boyd, last lap was about 101.2. Alana Marr still in 2nd place, ahead of Fionn O'Connell. And then in 4th position is 915 Rhys Gates. Waiting for a change in P2. Ruben Sherman puts a lonely figure into Southside Motor Factors as we hit half race distance. Last half race distance. It's Fionn O'Connell who has got into 2nd place ahead of Alana Marr. So let's see if Alana has anything back in the tank. It'll be 2 similar bikes in terms of output. The R3 Yamaha versus the Ninja 400. Currently astride. Rhys Gates just waiting in the wings in case something happens. He's ready to pounce in 4th place. As we watch him come into shot again at turn 3. And it sits up a little bit. Oh, pushed it a little bit wide. Don't think there was any contact, but that's made Rhys Gates get through. Creates a little bit of a gap for Fionn O'Connell to clear off in the distance, but don't think he's just got enough pace to reel in Ruben Sherman Boyd, who's knocking on the door of a minute lap. Very hot pace for a Junior Supersport machine. Currently he still leads. Alana Marr having a look at Rhys Gates, but nothing at the moment that she can do about her 4th. Rhys Gates is riding strongly into turn 1. Fionn Stevens seems to be having a problem. His lap times have dropped in past 1:10 there. He was running in that battle for second, third and fourth. He's dropped out of contention. Turn our focus back to the battle for second, which is going the way of Fionn O'Connell at the moment. But Lannemar and Rhys Gates haven't given up on their attempt to get into the podium again, so but it's going the way of Rhys Gates at the moment. And the last lap flag is being prepared, which will give an 11-second cushion to reach Ruben Sherburn Boyd ahead of Fionn O'Connell, and battle for second, third and fourth remaining podium spot currently sitting with Rhys Gates as we watch Ruben Sherburn Boyd coast around turn 4 for the last time up into Southside Motor Factors. You won't need to check his shoulder, he won't hear any bikes in the distance, so he knows that he's got this closed out. And the fastest lap. Fionn O'Connell dipped into the 101s as well, but just too late to get past that battle for second and third and fourth to make any inroads to the lead that Ruben Sherburn Boyd had. So it's going to be a win for Ruben Sherburn Boyd. Fionn O'Connell takes that second position, and Lannemar does get it in the end. Third position from 0.08 of a second from Rhys Gates. And we should have Mark Carey up next, number 27 from Dunshaughlin on the R3 Yamaha. That goes past. Next should be Max Werdy, number 10, and indeed crosses the line in 6th position. So there's your confirmation of the Declan Madden Groundworks Junior Supersport Moto 1 race with another win for Ruben Sherburn Boyd. That's a hat-trick for the weekend. Fionn O'Connell second, Lannemar third, fourth Rhys Gates, fifth Mark Carey, sixth Max Werdy, seventh Joey Hennessy, eighth Joe Crosett, ninth Donald O'Donovan, and in 10th place Fionn Stevens. So that's the majority of the double podium riders back into Park Ferma. Of course, we have a celebration for Junior Supersport and Moto 1. So the Junior Supersport victory went to Ruben Sherburn Boyd. Lannemar would have been second and Rhys Gates third. While in the Moto 1 category, Fionn O'Connell takes the win. Max Werdy was second. And we'll wait for confirmation of third in the Moto 1 class. So lots of happy little faces in the paddock to pick up their trophies for the weekend. Now the classification has been sorted, we'll hand over the podium celebrations to Fergus Brennan.
We just one race for the DM Groundworks Junior Supersport and Moto 1 here today. They had 2 races yesterday. So we're going to start our podiums with the Moto 1 class, and in third place in Moto 1, I don't think he's here on the podium, is Joey Hennessy. So Joey, if you can hear us, maybe you make your way across. And we'll move on then to second place, which is Max Werdy. Come on, Max, make your way up there. And our winner in Moto 1 is Fionn O'Connell. Well done, Max. There you go. Third place. Oh, second place. Sorry, second place. We're missing our third place man. Hop on there, Fionn. Well done, Fionn. There you go. First place. No sign of Joey yet. So we don't have Joey Hennessy, so we go straight over to Max. Max, well done. Second place.
Thank you. It's a hard race. Thought I was going to come fourth again. But then I got lucky. Now I'm second.
So well done. I'm sure you have a lot of people to help. Your dad works very hard on the two bikes, doesn't he?
That and Dave. Thank you to them.
Okay, well done. Fionn, a win in the class. I'm sure you're happy with that.
Yeah, really happy with it. We did the treble this weekend, winning all 3 races and over the moon. Couldn't be happier.
And a good start to the championship, obviously, over the first 2 rounds.
Oh yeah, great start. Yeah.
It's just a pity you don't have your mentor here with you this weekend, Kevin Keys.
Yeah, he's gone to the Isle of Man. So.
Well, you were able to manage without him.
Yeah.
Just about. Okay, well done to Fionn. Still no sign of Joey Hennessy, so we'll have to come back to that one. So we'll just get the podium set up for the Junior Supersport. Junior Supersport, and in third place we don't have him here on the podium either. It's Rhys Gates. A number of these riders mustn't have realised they were up where they were at the end of the race. So Rhys Gates, if you can make your way up on the Jim Halligan racing bike, up to the podium in third place. But in second place, we do have second place here. It's Alana Marr. Well done to Alana, making her way up. And our winner once again, Ruben Sherman Boyd. Well done, Alana. We'll come over and present that trophy to you in a second. We'll wait for Ruben to get up. We're just waiting to see if we're going to get Rhys Gates. Doesn't look like it. Alana, well done, Alana. Second place. There you go. Well done. And Ruben, well done. So another good result on that Junior Supersport.
Yeah, absolutely delighted. Rhys definitely put it up to me there the last couple of laps. He was shown a couple of times, but I kind of thought if I just get the last corner right that I could get him on the line, and I did. I was delighted with that.
You're a bit out of breath. It's a hard work out there.
Yeah, I drank a can of Monster before this, so I've got heart palpitations.
Maybe drinking a little bit sooner the next time.
Yeah, no, delighted with that.
Okay, well done, Alana. Ruben, another win. This is really the move up to Junior Supersport. Is really going well for you.
Yeah, it's going well so far. Won all 3 races this round.
So good, the championship's going well, and your dad was saying to me, I don't know what number, he can't remember what number he said to me, but it's an enormous number of race wins in a row. Do you know what it is yourself?
Last year it was all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so it's over 20 then?
About that, yeah.
Yeah, well done. Keep it up, well done. And Rhys, you did decide to join us. Well done. There you go. How come you weren't here? Did you not know you were third?
No, I didn't know I was third. I thought I came fourth there, but look, thank God. Had a rough day on Saturday and had a few falls, but look, thank God I'm here to tell the tale. If it wasn't for Jim Halligan and all the lads that helped us out here today, and my dad, and also thanks very much to all the lads.
Okay, well done, Rhys. Well done for making it up onto the podium. Our top 3 in juniors, in the DM Groundworks Junior Supersport: Rhys Gates, Alana Marr, and Ruben Sherman Boyd. And we'll hand back over to Andy. Anybody collect anything for yesterday?
Thanks very much for that, Fergus. So moving on now to our final Megabikes Ballymount Super Twins and Production Twins race for the afternoon, our last event for the Super Twins. And that will be 12 laps in this fantastic, glorious sunshine that we've been treated to this weekend. So our Super Twins and Production Twins are out there circulating before they come round, pick up their grid positions ahead of their starting positions based on the times, of course, from the previous race. It's what completes the podium. The front row, second rows is your best time for the last race. Still some Super Twins, Production Twins. We're down the pit lane. Pit lane is open. Combination of Kawasaki, yours, SB650s, and the purposely built RS60 Aprilias will form the competition for this 12-lap affair. The Ballymount Megabikes Super Twin and Production Twin. Healthy fields, 8 rows of Super Twin and Production Twin machinery. Last outing of the weekend, which Oisin Maher, of course, has done the double so far. He'll be able to go one better and head back to tip with the hat-trick. He's had fine momentum with the Supersport machinery as well, so no reason to assume any different with his progress on the Aprilia. Already some riders have their outlaps completed. Setup required. Grid marshals will start them in their proper grid positions. Second rider in difficulty on the exit of the S's. He's managed to get going again, so any of the riders leaving the S's sit up and take notice. Should be the last of the twin competitors exiting Southside Motor Factors. Oisin Maher is already in his position P1. Front row of the grid, which we will pull up on the live screen when the riders take off for their 2 warm-up sighting laps. Sean Brawley coasting up to a standstill, as is Keelan Smith. Jeff Quilter, number 711, prepares. So all riders on cut slicks. Oh, Sean Brawley looks like he has a slick front, as does Keelan Smith. Certainly grip won't be an issue today. Track temperature looming around the 30 degrees. You can already see in our live stream the heat haze. All riders in their correct position now. Practice start completed. In unison with their 2 sighting laps, we'll pull up our grid now at the moment and run you through the start positions. This last Megabikes Mount Twins and Super Twins. So as we can see, Oisin Maher is on pole position with a 56.2. Alongside him will be Sean Brawley, and completing an Aprilia front row is number 52 Keelan Smith. Row 2 comprises of Jason Whelan, Jeff Quilter and Will Roberts from Cork has popped up onto row 2 as well. Mark McGowan heads up row 3 ahead of Michael Sheeran and Ian Lynch. Des Butler is in 10th position. Alongside him is Gavin Buckley and Conor Maguire. Michael Murphy heads up row 5 ahead of Dwayne McCoy, Adam Reardon. Thomas McGilligan starts row 6 ahead of David Broderick and Michael McSweeney. Row 7 is Shane Carr, number 928. Sean Leonard, number 34, in the middle of row 7 alongside Shane Doran. And on row 8 you will see Mark Carey, number 27. So that's your grid for this remaining 12-lap Megabikes Mount Twins and Super Twins race. The riders exit the S's, get the last bit of heat into those tyres and brake rotors so they can get the best entry into turn 1 without causing any distress. Will Roberts, number 15, heads up to the second row, making some progress in race 2 on that turquoise SV650 Super Twin. And he will have fellow Corkman in between himself and number 280 Jason Whelan. 711 Jeff Quilter. Oisin Maher has a quick chat with Willie, and we'll be shortly underway. So the start is all important, of course, in these smaller capacity machines, to try and get into turn 1 quickly as they can. We're almost ready to go. We've got a green flag from the back of the grid. So that should be us. Eyes on the lights then. And lights go out. Good start from Sean Brawley. He may get a nose into turn 1 to pull the advantage from pole sitter Oisin Maher, and indeed Sean Brawley does. And we can see that in third position looks as though Keelan Smith has held his position on row 1, third. Oisin Maher keen to get back into the lead. We're looking at air temperature outside of 20 degrees, track temperature of 38.7, low wind speed, so dead humid, dead conditions for racing. See a pile of smoke at turn 3, so bit of a faller there. We turn our attention back to the lead. Still Sean Brawley. Oisin showed great pace in race 1 and 2, and he's lost none of it. He makes the getaway early and takes the lead down the main straight. As we see that faller at turn 3. Up and walking away. Always good to see, of course. Keelan Smith still third position. Jeff Quilter made up 1 position on Jason Whelan in that outlap to move up into 4th. Mark McGowan up one place into 6th position. Jason Whelan drops one position to 5th. Watch the leaders come back again into shot into turn 4. Dara Kaur S's fastest lap of the race. Oisin Maher, even though he was second, he should go even quicker at this point. Clean circuit in front of him. Checking in on the battle for 5th and 6th. Jason Whelan and Mark McGowan. Michael Sheeran also involved in the fray. And that incident in turn 3 has been cleaned up, so all sections on the circuit are green for overtaking. So Oisin Maher still leads, and the fastest lap of that lap of a 56.9. 57.9 for Sean Brawley, so already a second and 1.3 of a second of a gap for Oisin Maher in this Super Twins and Production Twins race. Keelan Smith is still hanging on to 3rd place. He's going to come under increasing pressure though. Jeff Quilter is going to be in his shadow very shortly as we watch Jason Whelan Mark McGowan have a dice of turn 1 to turn 2. Still have the eyes on Jason Whelan and Mark McGowan. Different styles and turns into turn 3. You can see it's a double apex, so you sit up, turn the bike in, sit it up, tip it in again. Great place to make up some time on the brakes for a lot of riders as well. It can set you up for a good run out of turn 3 into turn 4. In this case we may see a manoeuvre. Jeff Quilter is closing in on that podium position that Keelan Smith holds at the minute. So good quality battles going on all over this Super Twins and Production Twins event. 3 Aprilias lead the battle at the front. Still Oisin Maher with a 2.9 second lead. Both Oisin and Sean Brawley have broke the gap to Keelan Smith, who's further 8.6 seconds adrift after 5 laps of 12. Keelan Smith and Jeff Quilter on a Production Twin. Just shows that properly set up Production Twin can be of threat to its Super Twin big cousin. Jeff's not close enough just to have a go just yet, but we can keep an eye on that battle. Decided not to go just yet. Give it another couple of laps. Have a look at Keelan's moves, see where he's quickest. See if he can spot a gap. Grab the brakes a little bit later. Maybe you make a stab at a pass. One of the corners that you have to take a little bit wider than you would normally. So just watching this battle with Jason Whelan, Mark McGowan at the minute. Jason Whelan has the upper hand at the moment with 157 Mark McGowan. Again, a battle between a Super Twin and a Production Twin makes it all the more interesting. And Jeff Quilter almost has a look, nearly close enough to have a go at Keelan Smith. Keelan, of course, riding the Aprilia, and Jeff, I think, is on Suzuki. Or 711, of course. that red number board, Jeff. So this is the battle we're looking at. Keelan Smith seems to have eked out a small advantage on his 2660. We'll see what the times are like. See Jeff on that yellow number board, my mistake. Now the start finish to complete half race distance. And the gap is now 9 seconds between Oisin Maher and Sean Brawley, with Keelan Smith still hanging on to that third place. Jeff Quilter in fourth, fifth Jason Whelan, sixth is Mark McGowan, 7 Michael Sheeran ahead of Will Roberts, Des Butler is 9th and Conor Maguire is 10th. Keelan Smith has upped the pace to 59s, about half a second faster than Jeff Quilter, who was putting him under pressure, but he seems to have found the groove to watch Jason Whelan and Mark McGowan battle for 5th position. That's a production twin and a super twin, an ER6 versus a Suzuki SV 650 twin. Serious inroads being made. Mark McGowan just doesn't have the manoeuvrability to get in there. We'll see if we can do anything on the entry to Southside Motor Factors. He can build up a little bit of momentum. He may get up the inside here. No, doesn't like the look. Stays on the outside. Might go wide on the exit of Southside Motor Factors. Get a bit bigger drive down the start finish. But it seems as though Jason Whelan's bike has way too much top end for that, so he can make up 6 or 7 bike lengths on the start finish. Keep Mark McGowan on his SV a little bit further back. Fastest lap of the race so far to Oisin Maher, 56.68. Sean Brawley's best so far is 57.9. Last lap was 59 altogether, so the pace has dropped somewhat for Sean Brawley. So it looks as though Oisin has done enough at the moment to get the cushion that he needs of 12 seconds to bring home another good result in the Super Twins Megabike Ballymount Super Twins race. Just see what the gap is now, 12.8 seconds, and he should be getting pit boards, Oisin, to say that he's a good healthy advantage with 11 of the 12 laps completed and the last lap flag being prepared. Oisin should know that he should be able to turn down the wick, not take any chances, not push as hard as he needs to go, keep that bike upright for the remaining lap and a half of the Megabikes Ballymount Super Twin Production Twin class. So as we watch Oisin completely out on his own. The last lap has been held out, so all Oisin has to do now is a couple more corners, just keep it nice and tidy, and he should be looking for his third Super Twin checkered flag of the weekend and his 5th win at Mondello Park in the Megabikes Ballymount. A bit of a wheelie out the top corner. Happy with that. Well done, Oisín. So that's 3 on the bounce in the Megabikes Super Twins race. As we wait on Sean Brawley, some 11-12 seconds back. And Keelan Smith has done enough to make it an Aprilia all front row. And Jeff Quilter should be next. Yeah, you can see that distinctive colour scheme. Takes the checker flag to be the first production twin home, as Jason Whelan and Mark McGowan end their scrap. We should see Michael Sheeran and Will Roberts next. Michael Sheeran's gone past twin. He takes the final production twin podium, and Will Roberts also home, as is Des Butler and Dwayne McCoy. So here's your classified results. Super twin win for Oisín Maher, his 3rd of the weekend, 5th altogether. Sean Brawley, number 99, is 2nd. Keelan Smith in 3rd. 4th, Jeff Quilter, the first production twin home. Jason Whelan, 5th. Mark McGoran, 6th, the 2nd production twin. 3rd production twin in 7th place overall on the road, number 76, Michael Sheeran. And Will Roberts, number 15, was 8th. Des Butler, 9th. And Dwayne McCoy in 10th. Just confirmation then, Michael McSweeney, number 199, in 11th position. 12th position, Thomas McGilligan. Aidan Reardon was 14th. And 15th went to Shane Doran. 16th, Sean Leonard, number 34. Conor Maguire was 17th, and Gavin Buckley was 5 laps back. So we almost have all our Super Twins and production machines back in the park farm to collect their trophies. So just confirmation of that production twin win for Jeff Quilter, number 711. Mark McGowan, number 157, was 2nd in the production twin class. And the 3rd podium, or position number 76, to Michael Sheeran. Then the win in the Super Twin category, popular Tipperary rider Oisín Maher. From Derry, Sean Brawley, number 99. And 3rd place again, number 52, from Keelan Smith. And while we await the podiums for our final production twin, we'll take a look at our next race, which will be the 2nd, 3rd Superbike and Supersport B race. So if the Supersport and Superbike B riders could get their machines together and ready, we can shortly get our pit lane open. And with that, we'll hand over the podium celebrations to Fergus Brennan.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was our final Megabikes Ballymount Super Twin and Production Twin race. So we're going to start with the Production Twin top 3, and in 3rd place we had Michael Sheeran. Michael, make your way up there, please. Michael Sheeran. Had to call him 4 times. Eventually he realised what his name was. Well done. Second place, Mark McGowan. And our winner, Jeff Quilter. Well done. Well done. Well done to Mark. Hop up there and I'll give you your trophy. Go on. Stick to tradition. I'll hand it to you. And well done, Jeff. Well done. Michael, you definitely weren't expecting that. I was calling you as you were driving by and you kept going.
Yeah, right. It's hard to win a race around here, like, didn't often it happens. But I'd like to just thank B&H Motorcycles for all the help with the bike, and Dave Broderick there, everybody else that helped me out during the year, yeah. So, brilliant.
I think that's the first time we've had you up here on the podium, is it?
First time, first of many, hopefully.
Well, that's it. Well, you know the procedure now.
Yeah, I'll have to stop every other day.
Well done. Mark, another podium, second place this time.
Yeah, absolutely delighted. Just Jeff had the beatings me today, so can't complain. But we're nearly there. We'll be there for the next round. Hopefully, fight for the win again.
Okay, well done, Jeff. Hop down there. Finally on the top step after where you started this weekend. That's not bad.
I know it's a nice finish to a rough weekend at the start, but it was a good battle with Mark all weekend, and look forward to the next time.
Okay, well done. Thanks very much to Jeff, our winner. Hop up there at the Mark and to Michael. Well done to our top 3. So we're going to move on now. We'll just get the podium ready for our Super Twin podium. So, Super Twins, moving on to Super Twins, and in third place, second time on the podium with us today is Kellen Smith. Making his way up there. And second place, again with top 3, same top 3 as earlier, Sean Brolly. And then our winner, we've seen this young man so many times up here on the podium. It's a fantastic season so far for young Oisin Marr. Well done. Well done, Kellen. Well done, Sean. There you go. And well done once again, Oisin. Shake your hand in a minute. Keelan, have you got a bit of a longer speech lined up for us this time?
No.
That's exactly the answer I was expecting. So of all the lads down there in the that hang around together, you're the one picking up all these podiums. Surely there's some bragging rights down there.
Just a little, yeah. It's my job today to get the podiums.
Well done. Keep it up.
Cheers, thanks.
All right, Sean, another good run. But I think you're going to have to find a little bit more to catch this man here.
I know this one, he's definitely going to need a bit of catching. Like, I just want to say a big thanks to my crew, the 3 lads travelling down from Derry, like, so big thanks to them. Like.
And you've been doing well so far this year. You're enjoying your trip to the Masters, your first year here.
Yeah, definitely. Good series. Brilliant. Like, looking forward to next month already.
Okay, well done again. We see you up here. Oisin, got the Megabikes hat on this time. Get the sponsors in there. Make sure you tip the head over. That's it. Do it BSB style. That's hopefully where you'll be heading back to after all this success.
Hopefully, anyway. It's not easy to get over, obviously, financially, but I'd like to get back over at some stage. But at the same time, I still have plenty of competition here, obviously, and I'm enjoying myself here. It's a well-run event, and everyone here is sound. So at the same time, I'm happy enough here as well for the time being, until the foreseeable future anyway. But yeah, and I'd just like to say thanks to Megabikes, Thomas Fitzsimons, the whole AKR, Thomas Bourne team, my dad, my girlfriend, there's her birthday tomorrow, so, and I said Andrew Fannin as well, so I have a lot of people to thank, but thanks to everybody that helped me get here anyway, so.
Yeah, I think most of the paddock are sort of struggling with the idea that Willie has been happy for 2 weekends in a row.
Yeah, that's it. Like I said last time, plenty of fags, few trophies, he's delighted there, so. But no, to be fair, I have to say, hands to the team, like, they take a lot of pressure off Dad. Like, obviously it was me and him for years, and it's a bit of pressure off Dad, which I like to see as well. He gets to enjoy it a bit more himself as well, so when he sees a smile on his face, I have a smile on my face. So.
Well, that's brilliant. It's great to see a smile on your face and on the face of Willie Marr. Well done to Kellen Smith, Sean Brawley, and to our winner once again, Oisin Marr. So we'll hand back over to Andy at the top of the tower for the last of our Superbike, our Principal Insurance Superbike and Supersport B races.
Superbike B riders onto the pit lane. The 12-lap race underway. Their last race of the afternoon. We can have our Supersport and Superbike B of the evening. On your program for Superbike B riders. way from Bunclody. Probably snacking on a few strawberries. Catch up with him later on. Martin Burnett is on his CBR 600R on row 2, splitting the Superbikes. Once the riders come around from turn 3, we'll pull up the grid for this final B race of the afternoon, comprising of Supersport and Superbike machinery. Overflows from the main pro races. Grid simply so full, you just need to extend the program to include these B races for the riders. And we'll give a check on their lap time so you can see that they are quite competitive. Just can't stack bikes up all the way into Southside Motor Factors. Need to have 2 separate races. The times are close enough that you can combine the Super Sports and the Superbikes in these B races, even though they're racing in different categories. So row 1 is going to be on the Firebladed mounted John Byrne, number 20. Alongside him will be Gary Crean, and then completing row 1 will be Graham Smallwoods. Row 2 is Martin Burnett, the CBR 600, alongside Trevor Four, number 144, R6 mounted, and Noel Carl on the R6 will complete row 2. Row 3 is Aaron Malone with Ross Quinn and Colin Kerwick. Ash McSweeney, Rory Flahav, and Jack O'Malley complete row 4. Row 5, Stuart Heshern, Aaron McCann, Adrian Driscoll. John Cahill is on row 6 ahead of Niall Monaghan and Des Hickey. And the last contender for this race in row 7 is number 247, William Greeley. So that's the riders coming around on their final siding lap. You see the grid marshals doing their best in that sweltering heat. Thanks, guys. Gary Crean on the black R1 in the middle of row 2 ahead of Graham Smallwoods on that ZX10R number 62. As John Byrne, number 20 on the Fireblade, takes up pole position. All riders, of course, on slick tyres as well for this 12 lap. So we got the green light from race control. We are good to go. Watch the lights on the tower. Red light, go. Great start from Gary Crean. Number 79 on the R1 gets away first, and he'll be clean into turn 1. John Byrne will have something to say about that up the inside on the Honda Fireblade, number 20 from Bunclody. And third position, we think, was Martin Burnett on the 600RR Honda. Nice little move from John Byrne up the inside, retake that pole position. He worked so hard to get. All the electronics switched off as he power wheelies over the brow of the hill past him. Marshall's post and back into turn 4. Long left-hander S's. Out of the dog leg and up into Southside Motor Factors for the first time. Gary Crean still in second place. See who that is in third. Looks like Martin Burnett on that Honda 600. Graham Smallwoods then in fourth position on the ZX10R blue number 62. As the riders head out towards turn 3 once more. As I said, we're joined by Paul Tobin from Team 109, who's taken a little sabbatical. He's joined us up in Mondello for the weekend. So for those familiar with Team 109, we set up in the memory of Shawnee Hurley, of course a good friend of the paddock, ex-Supersport national champion. And since the past 5 years, they've been in the World Superbike paddock following World Supersport in the Junior 300 and Junior 300s Championship. And of course recently in Assen they had their first win, and it was such a lift for the team, who were privateers running on really low budgets, and so many good volunteers to tag along to help the team. Paul's going to give us an insight to how they think the team's gone and what their plans are for the rest of the year. So we'll hand it over to you, Paul.
Cheers, Andy. Yeah, it's good to be here this weekend to see many of the Irish riders and the upcoming young riders as well in the junior class. So it's fantastic, and the weather helping here as well at Mondello Park. So it's really, really good. Yeah, we had our first win at Assen with Danny last time out. So and it was a really emotional win for the team. Obviously, getting our first win and seeing 109 on the podium for the first time was really special, and for him to go and do it again on Sunday was incredible, and now leads the World Championship. And there's also a teams World Championship this year, first year of it, so in all classes in the World Championship. And yeah, even though we've only got one bike in the championship, we're actually running third in that, because 2 bikes count for points in each round. But with us only having one bike, it puts us a little bit on the back foot. But yeah, again, it's something that we're really proud of, and hopefully it's a long season, we keep our feet on the ground. But yeah, I think it's hopefully the way Danny is riding at the moment, he's as good as any rider I've seen in the paddock over the last 5 years. He's really come on leaps and bounds in the last 12 months, and yeah, he's riding really, really smart, and that's what makes the difference in that class. The bikes are more or less all the same, and it's the rider really that makes the difference in the end. And you're talking, you know, missing out on the win in Catalonia in his first race by 4 thousandths of a second in the first round. So yeah, the margins are really, really small in the class. So yeah, it's really exciting racing to watch as well. But yeah, not from pit wall, I can tell you that. But yeah, so we're only having one entry in the World Championship this year. We're running another rider from Australia in the ESBK Championship. Unfortunately, that puts a lot of financial pressure on the team, because we don't have a second bike in the World Championship. That means we've got to travel to all the Spanish rounds as well. So yeah, it's a bit of a stretch, but we're trying to do our best. And yeah, let's see where we can continue the results for the rest of the season. So Lozano's up next in the 16th of June. So yeah, we'll try and keep pushing and keep working hard, and see where we end up at the end of the year. But for sure, we could have a chance of doing something special with a bit of luck.
Thanks for that, Paul. Yeah, it's easy for us to sit back here and watch the process of qualification and race, but the 300 class, it is ultra competitive in that you have to qualify almost to get in. There's 40 odd bikes waiting for 30 odd spaces on the grid, so even to get into the race is an accomplishment in its own. And again, because it's on the world stage, you've got factory teams, you've got you know, huge financially backed riders, so to even be on the grid is fantastic. So it must be even more satisfying as a small team of volunteers, Cork based, to put yourself on a podium and ultimately the top stat. It must be very satisfying.
Yeah, absolutely it is. For us, the budget even for 300s is about half of what the other 300 teams are running on. So yeah, from that point of view, what we've done on the limited budget we have is incredible. Obviously, you know, the sport here is you know, everybody, even the guys running here today, it's so hard to get sponsors and whatnot. So it's the same at world level. So it's yeah, it's really, really difficult. We have some good loyal sponsors that have been with us over a number of years, but yeah, just, you know, to try and get them to stretch out more is really, really difficult. So we're always on the lookout for extra help, because we've also started the Irish talent team a number of years ago with Alan O'Connor, so we've had a number of Irish riders in that, and the reason we started that process was, look, we're an Irish team, but we'd really like an Irish rider on the bike to push at the front of the World Championship and look for the next Eugene Laverty or Jack Kennedy, and it's not going to be a straightforward process. It's over a number of years, but you see guys now they're running in BSB and blah blah blah. So we're keeping an eye out all the time, and we've got young Fionn Stevens here this weekend on a Tianda 300. He's in the Mir Cup in Spain, and this year we also have Max Robinson, so from Paul Robinson, the road racer's son. So yeah, he started on the GP10 in the Mir Championship. So yeah, trying to get the lads over to Spain at an early age to try and help them as much as we can with training and whatnot. So Isaac and Vinales is involved with the training of the riders, and yeah, it really is all about training, and we're hoping to maybe start some sort of school here as well at some stage to try and help start it here, so that we can then bring from here to Spain to try and but it's a long drawn out process. It's going to take 5 or 6 years, and now the World Championship you can't ride till you're 18 anyway, so but yeah, now is the time to start, because if you don't you have to start somewhere. So over the next couple of years hopefully we can eventually get an Irish rider into the World Championship.
Yeah, exactly. You mentioned the Ireland talent team. It's something obviously we can look at locally, because we see them more often at the Irish circuits, and as you described it, hopefully it'll turn into a feeder for the Team 109 programme. You mentioned that with the win here now, so you're on a world stage, and I'm wondering, does that kind of rubber stamp you as an established team now, or does it put even more pressure on you to deliver now, or have you gained a different level of respect from some of the other teams out there? Or again, does the expectation fall back on you that now that you've got a race winner in your team, is the expectation from your sponsors or even yourselves to build on that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's you start off with having an expectation of we're not traveling halfway around the world at every round to just turn up and compete. I know we're all competitive people in the team, so yeah, we want to be at the front of that championship, and yeah, it's taken a little while to get there, but the package we've got now between the team, the experience we've built over the last number of years, plus the rider also has to be right. So it's there's some really good riders in that championship. A lot of them could ride Moto 3 for sure, and it's a really difficult place, but yes, the expectation is going to grow because we've now got the thing, but it's also got the monkey off our back. So it's done now, but we do a video call with the team every Wednesday before a round and every Wednesday after a round, just to go through things that we can improve on all the time. And one of the things I said to the guys was, look, we got there now the hard work starts. We have to try and stay here. So the expectation level grows, and yeah, but it's a good place to be. You're working hard all the time and weren't getting the results. It's really, we all know the highs and lows of the sport. So, but the highs are really high, but the lows are really low. So it's trying to keep a balance is the thing. But yeah, we try and manage the expectation. We're not, as I said, we're not getting carried away. We're trying to keep our feet in the ground, just keep working hard, and let's see where this journey takes us this season. And yeah, that's all we can do really, is just work hard and see where we go.
Thanks again for that, Paul. We appreciate your insights on that. So again, it's a fantastic journey to follow. So keep Team 109 and the Ireland talent team on your socials. Follow them on Instagram and their Facebook pages as well. Track the progress. It's something we've been involved in as well, catching Max and Fionn out in Navarra and Fortune last year, watching them compete in Moto 5 and the GP10. So do track their progress, and it's going to be an interesting journey for the young guys, as well as the one that Paul and all the team at Team 109 are already involved in with the World Supersport 300 class, with Daniel on board as the winning rider. So thanks again for that, Paul, and hopefully we'll catch up with you for maybe the Czech round in Most. Might get out there and visit, but your next round is Misano in June 16th, so about a month's time. Keep an eye out for Team 109 in World Superbikes in the World Supersport 300 in Misano. So thanks again for that, Paul, and we wish you all the best for that. So keep a look out on their socials, Team 109, and indeed the Ireland Talent team, and we'll keep you informed of any the news and updates that we get from that. So thanks again for that, Paul, and we'll catch up with you again. Good to see you. So we're into the conclusion of our Principal Insurance Superbike and Supersport B race, and John Byrne from Glenclody will be going home a happy man if the result stays as it is. Because with the remaining couple of corners, he is in prime position. The checkered flag is being prepared at this point, and we can just see the Glenclody man look over his right shoulder, and all he can see is a distance back to Gary Crean. So it's a win for John Byrne. Martin Burnett just can't get that front end down. Second place. He takes third. Gary Crean second. Graham Smallwoods fourth. Trevor 4 and 5th. And 192 Noel Carroll 6th. Ross Quinn and Rory Flahav have a dice to the line in 7th and 8th. Next up should be Aaron Malone, 182, Colin Kerwick, and then Stuart Hession should be the last. 146 ZX 6R mounted rider. So that completes our Supersport and Superbike B riders for the weekend. They can pack up and enjoy the rest of the racing. So again, clarification of your results for that Superbike and Supersport B race 3. John Byrne on Honda Fireblade takes the win ahead of Gary Crean. Martin Burnett third on the 600RR Honda. Fourth, Graham Smallwoods. Fifth, Trevor Foran. Sixth, Noel Carroll. Seventh, Ross Quinn. Eighth, Rory Flahav. Ninth, Aaron Malone. 10th position, Colin Kerwick. So next up will be our third and final Supersport Pro race of the afternoon. Waiting for the track to go green. One or two more machines to come back into Park Ferma before we can release the hounds. So Oisin Maher will have just had time to catch his breath after previous outings in the Super Twins. Just one more bike coasting back into turn 4. We'll be good to go then for our final Supersport Pro race, sponsored by Principal Insurance. Quick catch up with Ali from Principal Insurance at lunchtime. Thanks for your time, Ali. If you have any queries on your insurance, so the first of our Supersport Pro riders heading out of Park Ferma. Just to mention, Principal Insurance, they're down, set up outside the Moto Cafe. If you need to talk to them about anything, you want to get a package for your competitive motorcycle insurance, worked for me. I have to say, one phone call and I was over 50 euros better off for my insurance package, so thank you guys. So Howden Principal Insurance tent is just inside the Motor Cafe. We're going to pop down to those, have a chat, see what offers they have, see what deals they can do for you. Costs nothing to ask questions, works for me. Once the riders get around for their siding laps, I think we will have grid interviews with Jim Halligan, our Fergus Brennan. I'm not quite sure who's on duty. And we will still have another 3 races once the Supersport comes to conclusion. So getting through the program nicely as we bask in this terrific sunshine. Again, if you can't catch the live stream, you can always pick up the live timing on timing.ie. Just have a look for the Masters link. And we can see our guys are in place on the pit lane now, so we'll hand over to the informed Jim Halligan, who will give us some insights to the final Supersport race of the afternoon. Over to you, Jim.
And thanks, Andy and James. We're joined with Fergus Brennan from Mondello Park. Fergus, fabulous day.
Yeah, I don't know how we keep doing this. Another really sunny day. Great racing, great entries, and so far everything's going really well. And just great to see a lot of people here again this weekend. I know there's a lot of communions and confirmations and all on. Probably kept a few people away, but we've still done very well. And we've still got another Supersport, another Superbike race to go, so there's plenty of action still to go. Hopefully we get it all finished in plenty of time. And the spectators who are here today will have a good time.
Yeah, the Principal Insurance sponsorship is working out really well this year.
Yeah, it's great to have Principal Insurance on board, coming on board to sponsor the entire series. They're putting great backing behind us, and they're also then title sponsors of both Superbike and Supersport, so it's fantastic to have them. We've also got Megabikes on the Twins, DM Groundworks, who are helping us out with the junior program, and then we have our junior award, which there's money being put into by DM Groundworks, by Sorcon, and by ex-racer Mark Pollock from Motorland. So if you're looking for a car, head for Motorland. And then we've also OHA Motorsport, who are the Irish Hell agents, are on board as well, helping us out. And of course Daracor, who have a big team and a lot going on here, but unfortunately on Friday we lost Kevin Keys, who would have been a big part of this race. He had a little bit of a tangle with another rider and ended up going off, and then he decided to call it a day because he's got to keep himself ready for the TT. So he's not with us here today. He injured his hand and had a bit of a gash on his other arm, so Kevin is not with us. So we've let Daracor put a lot of help into the series for us as well, and also compete here with 2 bikes. But they still have Kevin Madigan here on the other Daracor bike, so hopefully he'll go well in the Superbike Cup.
Yeah, I have to say that the 2 teammates, the 2 AKR boys, are getting it on here. They're getting closer and closer all race. I think this one is it could be the decider.
Yeah, they're putting on a good show in the absence of some of the other guys who are gone away to the island, who were here with us the last time. And I think really should be talking to them, not talking to me. Let's see what their thoughts are for the final race of the weekend.
All right, thanks, Fergus. One of the guys I definitely want to have a word with is Jack Worthy. Jack has moved up from the junior Supersport class in the last couple of years. Jack, enjoying the 600?
Yeah, absolutely loving it, Jim. I'm really getting along really well with the bike. We had a good run earlier on. Now we have a longer race now, so we're up a bit on the grid. We had a bit of a mishap yesterday in the race with a bike failure, so I had to start mid-pack. So I wanted to get back in the front row of the grid now for the last one, so here we are.
You had a bit of a hassle on the line yesterday, something with your chain.
Yeah, chain adjusters came loose, and I don't know really what happened there. It was just a bit of a disaster. I had to pull in, the bike wasn't rideable, so looking forward. We had a good run earlier, good pace, so looking forward to putting the head down here now and see what we can do.
Good man, great to see you up here, all right. And I suppose we'll slip across and get a quick word with the pole man. Oisin Marr on the AKR Thomas Bourne machine. Oisin, this could be the triple, is it?
I don't know. I think Emma was maybe sandbagging a bit in the last one, maybe waiting to pick me off. So, look, you can't plan that now before the lights, but he's seen a lot of me this weekend. I wouldn't mind seeing him from behind as well if it did come to, but at the same time, you can't plan it out like that. But look, whatever happens, I'm going to fight to do the triple. But obviously, I have a well-experienced, good teammate beside me, and we get on well, to be fair. But I'm sure he wants to beat me as much as I want to beat him as well, so it should be good.
So you've done the triple on the twin, and it could be the triple on the 600 as well.
Yeah, Jesus, Cardsburg did weekends to be that weekend, but yeah, don't count your chickens before they hatch, James. So yeah, we'll try our best. Anyway, you know me, I'll try my best.
We know that, Oisin. So tell us what's next for you after this.
Right now it's kind of out in the open, really. I I don't have any plans set in stone. I'm quite just focused on the job at the moment. But look, if I got to UK again at some stage, I'd be delighted. But it takes a lot of organisation and cost. But yeah, at the moment, I'm just focused on what I'm doing here. So I'm not thinking too far into the future. So just race by race, and we'll see, James. Hopefully something.
Well, we're delighted to see you back here racing, and hopefully you get the budget to go there again, all right?
Yeah, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Oisin. And back to James and Andy in the tower.
Thanks for that, James. So, clear the grid. We are all set for our final Supersport Pro race, sponsored by Principal Insurance. And hard to believe that Oisin's first Supersport win. It seems like forever we've been watching him in Supersport, but yeah, first Supersport win yesterday, and he backed it up. He's done the double now today, so we're not going to mention anything about anything other than that, and wish him the best for his I think this will be his final outing of today, as he's done his Super Twin races, so that should be that. Once the riders get underway, we'll pull up the grids online and walk you through the start positions for this final Principal Insurance sponsored Supersport Pro race. Looks like we've somebody missing from row 2, but we'll figure that out as they come around to complete their sighting laps. So all riders are out and into turn 3, so we'll pull up our grid now and talk through the start positions even. So confirmed, number 5, Oisin Maher on pole position on the AK Thomas Bourne Racing CBR 600RR. Teammate Emmett O'Grady's in 2nd. Jack Queerty returns to the front row in 3rd. Row 2 is Brandon Kavanagh. Michael Gillen, I don't think is going to be part of this race. He had that nasty off at Southside Motor Factors in race 2, so middle row 2 should be an absentee for Michael Gillen. Hope you're on the men, Michael, incidentally. And Gary Riley completes row 2, number 152. Gary Scott, Des McKessie on the R6, number 54, and Alex O'Grady are row 3. Row 4 is Shane Mulligan, 355, James Walsh from Cork on that 675 Triumph, and Keelan Smith completes row 4. Row 5 is Ronan Cosgrove, Albert Pender, number 428, and Jack Mayers, 108. Row 6, Anthony Willis, Adrian Heaney, and Jason Whelan. And David Duffy heads up the rear guard, number 14 on row 7. So just as the riders come down and take their places, we'll give you a notice of the Lochshinny Motorcycle Club. Of course, cannot run their road race this year, but rather than resting on their laurels, they're going to go ahead with a sprint race around the Skerry circuit. And entries are already open for this sprint race at the Lochshinny circuit, and this is scheduled to happen on their normal race weekend, which is the first weekend, Saturday the 6th of July this year. So if you need to get your entry in, entries is just €100. Get your entries in to Paula O'Reilly Race Secretary, 37 The Square, Riverbank, Drogheda, County Louth, and we'll publish all this information online later on anyway. So just watching all the riders tip into turn 1. Oisin Maher got a great start, keeping Emmett O'Grady at bay. As I say, the first person you need to beat is your teammate, and he's done that consistently this weekend. So all going well with no technical or performance issues. Oisin should be in a good position on those Super Twin and previous Supersport leads. Again, mentioned taking on some British rounds. It's turned into such a financial nightmare to try and raise funds to do single entries. It's hard to cover an entire championship, so we'll see what Oisin decides to do as the year progresses. But he completes his first lap and outlap, dips into the 59 straight away, which is quite exceptional for a cold start from the grid. Well done for him. Looks like James Walsh has had a race to forget, so he is stood up in Southside Motor Factory. It's completely okay. Obviously a little bit upset with himself, but he's up and walking. Bike is grand. Live to fight another day, so looks like James's weekend has ended. So Oisin Maher still leads. Emmett O'Grady is in second place. Jack Querty, Cup rider, running third at the moment. Des McKessie has moved 4 positions up into 4th overall on the road. Great performance from Des, number 54. As we watch the riders exit the S's up into Southside Motor Factors, as the leaders go past, we are watching battle further down the grid. That's the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. Des McKessie, Gary Scott, Alex O'Grady. And Albert Pender has moved up 1 position to 7th, number 428, ahead of Shane Mulligan. And we're currently watching Des McKessie exit turn 3. He's in a group of 3 with Gary Scott and Alex O'Grady breathing down his neck. Des has the experience to deal with that. As we watch them all bail into turn 4, it looks as though Gary Scott has made a move. We'll just wait to see what the classification is as the riders come past for start of lap 3. It's still Oisin Maher, only with a half second gap from Emmett O'Grady. Jack Querty still running in third, 4.6 seconds back. Then it's Des McKessie and Gary Scott in 5th in a group of 3 with Alex O'Grady. Bradley Kavanagh has fallen off the radar somewhat into 7th. As we watch the riders exit turn 3 again, crest the hill, negative camber, exit of turn 3 into turn 4, out of the S's, and on the brakes into turn 4 Southside Motor Factory. Still Des McKessie in 4th place. So we watch Oisin Maher and Emmett O'Grady put on a fine display on the AK Thomas Bourne Racing CBR 600 RRs. Oisin riding a tidy line into turn 3, puts it in, picks it up, puts it down again, gets on the gas, and still 0.6 of a second of a gap between himself and Emmett O'Grady, so not much of a margin at the moment. And we only have 3 laps completed of this 12 lap race, so Oisin looks quite comfortable on that 600 RR. Seems to has the measure of it, as we watch Emmett O'Grady try and get laid on the brakes just to stay with him. He doesn't look as though he's going to make a pass, but he's going to have to brake extremely late just to stay with Oisin, who's probably smaller frame, lends himself to braking a little bit later, less inertia going forward. Might find it just a little bit harder to turn this CBR 600. Emma has a little look up the inside, but can't quite make it stick just there, so he'll take note of that and maybe have a look in a couple of laps' time to see if he can use that as a springboard to bring himself into contention for a potential lead. Again, gets on the gas earlier on the exit of the S's. Has he enough momentum to carry him into Southside Motor Factors? Just not at the moment. So we wonder what the pit board will say for Oisin as he gets his head down for lap 4 completed. Start of lap 5 again. Emmett's very solid on the brakes into the hairpin. That is turn 1. But Oisin seems to make plenty of progress out of turn 2 and into turn 3. But again, Emmett is superior on the brakes at these tight braking sections that we've seen at turn 1 and turn 3. Slightly wider line than Emmett for Oisin on turn 4 out of the S's. Let's see what line he takes in here. Tyres looked absolutely perfect, so conservation of the black rubber isn't going to come into effect here, and we are at half race distance. Let's watch the brakes of Emmett O'Grady again. Yeah, it gets right up alongside Oisin almost, but just not close enough to affect the pass. Let's see if there's anywhere else that Emmett can potentially get in to that braking zone that might make getting past Oisin a little bit more realistic. But for the moment, it's all good for the young Tipperary rider, who will have a huge confidence boost on the back of those 5 already wins that he's already banked this weekend in Supersport and Super Twin, 660 Aprilia BTL, and 2 Supersport wins in the bag already for AK Thomas Byrne Racing. So start of lap 9 now out of 14. As we watch them head out towards the country, turn 3 again. Tips it in, picks it up, tips it in once more, gets on the gas. Can exit a little bit later than Emmett because his line is slightly different as he's leading. Emmett doesn't seem to have any inroads at the moment, even though he has posted the fastest lap of the race on lap 5, 55 flat almost, whereas Oisin's has been a 55-1, which is minuscule differences really. At this point, there's nothing between them. Jack Quirty's still holding up in 3rd position, the Cup rider, and we have a waved yellow in turn 1, so no overtaking in that sector. Just trying to see. Rider's up completely okay. Quite sure who it is, can't make it out at this point, but yeah, he's fine, completely fine, and out of the line of fire. It's always good to see, as the leaders have completed 10 laps of 14 and are already in turn 4 on the way exiting the S's to come back into Southside Motor Factors. So I wonder what the game plan is for Emmett. Is he going to sit here for another lap or 2? Has he found a spot? Has he picked a spot? There's definitely going to be no performance differences between the 2 bikes, so he can't look for a draft or a slipstream down the straight. That's simply not going to happen. But we can see if there's anything in the braking. It seems as though on the braking areas is where Emmett was more likely to get in towards Oisin. Turn 3 seemed an option, but Oisin seems to be able to get out of turn 3. Turn 2 a lot sharper, and again a back marker getting in the way now. He's just not going to. That's going to halt and impede Emmett's progress there. That's pretty disappointing, because Emmett had a good. He built up a good bit of momentum there, and that was a tricky place to get caught up with a back marker, so that's not ideal. So you'll probably see a slight gap as they come down past the timing tower once more to complete lap 10. Yeah, 0.6 of a second at back marker. Whether he intended to or not, he got in the way and impeded the progress of Emmett O'Grady. So let's see if Emmett can do something about that for the remainder 3 laps that are left in this 14-lap affair. As we see Oisin get into turn 3 again. Really great footage of that corner. There's 2 parts to it. There's the entry where you can turn the bike in. You got to pick it up and put it on side again, though, which is kind of an unnatural thing to do. But try and take it as one corner is what it looks like logically, but not in these cases. You have no choice but to take it as a double apex. So Emmett and Oisin are still locked in that battle for the lead with 12 of 14 laps completed. We have just 1 lap after this. Back markers looming on the horizon again, so it's hopefully they can get a notification to just keep out of the racing line, let the leaders get on with it. Technically they're racing for position, but realistically they're hindering the progress of Emmett O'Grady. Oisin has got through the pack. Let's just see where that leaves Emmett as they exit turn 3. He's still got 1 guy to get past, so that's not really going to help his attempt. In fact, that's ended Emmett O'Grady's chance of making up a gap towards Oisin. So probably going to be a point for discussion over the next couple of weeks. Back markers getting in the fray with 2 laps still left to go. But the last lap flag should be prepared for Oisin, and indeed it is out, so we're on our last lap. There's a gap of 1.5 seconds, so Oisin has done really well on this Supersport bike. He's broken his duck. He's not just taken the win, he's taken 3 wins. It looks as though 3 on the bounce if he can just complete this lap safely with 1.5 seconds of a gap, and the fastest lap that he banked on the most recent, a 55.2. So good progress, great momentum from Oisin to take out of this weekend's meeting as we watch him come out of turn 4 into the S's for the very last time. He can casually brake into south side, doesn't need to take any chances. Nice wide swooping line around the outside, and he'll be punching the air when he sees his pit board, and he's banging his head on the tank. That's a good win for Oisin. Thrilled for the young guy, and a 2nd place for teammate Emmett O'Grady. Successful weekend for the AKR Thomas Bourne Racing team with 1-2s, and we just wait on Jack Weirty to appear on the radar, number 267. He's going to get 3rd on the road, but he's also going to win his cup race. Great stuff. And in 4th place, we're just waiting on Gary Scott and Des McKessie. And it's going to be a 4th for Des. He's thrilled to bits with that. You can see the fist pump, and why not indeed. Well done, Des. 4th position, number 54, Des McKessie. 5th position, Gary Scott. Brandon Cafton comes home number 10 in 6th position, but 2nd in the Cup Championship. And Alex O'Grady jumps on the final podium position for the 114 bike, which is 3rd in the Cup proceeding, so he will take a podium from that. Well done, Alex. And we're just popping up the classifications then for that final result in the Principal Insurance Supersport Race 3. The win for Oisin Maher, 3 on the bounce, 6 altogether this weekend. Emmett O'Grady 2nd, number 8, the AK Thomas Bourne Racing CBR 600RR. 3rd position, Cup rider Jack Weirty, well done Jack, R6 Yamaha. 4th position, Des McKessie, well done Des, R6 mounted, number 54. Gary Scott is 5th. 6th is Cup rider Brandon Kavanagh, so he finished 2nd in his group. 7th, Alex O'Grady would be the 3rd podium position for the Cup Supersport positions. 7th was Keelan Smith, number 52. 9th, Cup rider Gary Riley. And in 10th position, number 355, Shane Mulligan. So quite a good result for Oisin Maher. He'll be thrilled to bits going down the road to Tipperary tonight, as will Oisin. And we will hand you over to Fergus Brennan for the podium celebrations and see all the smiling faces. Over to you, Fergus.
Thanks, Andy. Final Supersport race of the weekend. Same result as the earlier ones, but still a good, strong battle between the top two, and also a cup win for Jack Werty. As usual, we're going to start with the Principal Insurance Supersport Cup. We're looking at Alex O'Grady. First time in the podium, first weekend on the Supersport bike, on the bike that won the Cup Championship a couple of years ago. His brother Jack will be looking for the bike back. Alex, well done, Alex. Pop up there onto the top step of the podium. 3rd place, first time podium sitter on his first weekend on a Supersport bike. What a performance. Jump up there and I'll hand you that trophy in a second, Alex. And in 2nd place, Brandon Kavanagh. Winner from earlier on the weekend. Brandon's heading up to join us then as well. And our winner of the Cup is Jack Werty. So we'll start with Alex. Alex, well done indeed. Well done. That's an amazing performance on your first weekend. Are the lads here to help you out?
No, they're not. I'm here on my own. My dad came up this morning to give me a hand, but I'm just shocked. Like I said, if I could come away this weekend getting into the pro race, I'd be delighted.
Well, in fairness to anybody who's out there, qualifying for a novice on a super into the pro race is the first big milestone. You did that on your first weekend, straight in there, and then you finished it off at a podium. Absolutely phenomenal.
Thanks. Just hopefully we can get more now this year.
Imagine what you could do if the other boys, the other family members came up to help you out.
I know, thanks.
Okay, well done, Alex. Brandon, 2nd place, but I'm sure you won't be happy with that. You're a little bit further back than you normally are.
Yeah, you're not really supposed to go out onto the grass on turn 2 after high side, so it doesn't really work like that.
So in other words, you're happy you got to the finish?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. No, I was back, I don't even know where I was, and I came back through and caught back up there and got 2nd, so happy enough.
Okay, well done. Jack, hop down there. I'll have a very quick word with you. Might have a longer word with you in a minute. That seemed like a bit lonely enough race.
It wasn't too bad. I just put my head down. In fairness to the lads, showed me the pit board. Jay and Andrew, the lads were great with the pit board. I was able to just consistently do 56. I just didn't go too mad on the bike. Just wanted to keep it relatively fresh when I didn't have to, you know. So happy out.
Okay, well done. Hop up there. Our top 3 in the Supersport Cup, the Principal Insurance Supersport Cup: Alex O'Grady, Brandon Kavanagh, and Jack Werty. Well done, lads. Jack, don't go away. We have another trophy for you. So we're going to start off with 3rd place in the overall race, which goes to Jack Werty. Well done. And 2nd place, Emmett O'Grady. And our winner, once again, we're getting very used to this name being called out as the winner of races. It's Oisin Maher. Well done.
It's awkward, isn't it?
Well done.
Thank
well
you.
done, Oisin. Now, Jack, we'll have a bit of a longer conversation. How important is it to you to be up here on the overall podium on top of the Cup win?
I'm absolutely delighted. I didn't think I'd be anywhere near the podium in the Cup, let alone the Pro, but I have to say, I put a lot down to the bike. The bike's absolutely class. Declan Madden, DM Groundworks, so good to me. Michael Werty too. Andrew does all my suspension. Any of the lads to help. I wouldn't be able to do it without them.
So that's you and Declan now have made overall podiums this year so far, so it's going well.
I know, yeah, there's a bit of competition between us now. It's a great job. I'm happy out for him too. Declan's flying too. So I saw my dad, he's absolutely flying as well in the Superbike Pro. So
well done. Moving on. Emmett, unfortunately, you still didn't get the hang of what this man is doing. You can't catch up with him.
Yeah, to be fair to him, he's riding well. He came back towards me in the second half of the race, and I won't say the back markers it came in the way that he got through him a bit quicker, but to be fair to him, he had it all covered. The only part where I could gain on him is into the last corner. In the last lap, it took the front a small bit, and I was like, you know, live to fight another day, grab a few points from the first round, move on again, and onto international track, which is a good track for us, for me anyway, and for the team. So we'll move and live, like I say, great race by him, and live to fight another day.
Okay, well done, O'Shane. Come on, is there anything else you still have to say after all these visits to the podium this weekend? 6 visits to the top step of the podium.
I'll never run out of things to say, Fergus. But no, it was a great race. Now, to be fair to Emmett, he kept me honest, and like I'm buzzing because obviously Emmett's such a good rider, to be fair to him, and well experienced, and to be able to keep him behind me, and I'd say I learned a lot from that race, because it was a real mental game with the pit bull, really, and I had to control it a bit. Like with I think 4 or 5 laps in, I said, right, I need to slow down the pace a bit now. And 5 to go then, I tried to put the hammer down and get through the back marker as fast as Emma was saying there, but as you say there, it was a great race. But international track next.
No, it's not.
It's not? Okay, good. Because I'm not as good there.
We're going to run 2 in a row on the international in July and August.
Oh, okay, we're okay for another round so, Fergus, because I'm not that strong around that. But yeah, thanks to all the AKR team, my dad, my girlfriend Willie here for coming watching from Warmoyle. Andrew Fannin, Tozzy, Simons, Tag, Megabikes, everyone has helped, and yeah, thanks to everybody. It's a big team effort, and well done to the 2 boys, Emmett and Jack there as well. So it was a great race, really, and great competition, so I'm really happy.
Well done to O'Shane. Thanks for all the entertainment from the Supersport class this weekend, and our top 3 overall in Supersport, Jack Huerty, Emmett O'Grady, and our top man of the weekend in Supersport and Super Twins, O'Shane Marr. So it's back to you, Andy.
Thanks very much, Fergus. Very popular podium presentation there, it has to be said. No disputing that O'Shane has had a weekend to remember, and hopefully the first of many as we look to our next round of the pre-injection and Classic Superbikes Race 3. So as you can hear, the pit lane is open, so if we could have our Classic Superbikes and pre-injection bikes out next, we will have their final outing of the afternoon, a 12-lap affair with 1.8 kilometers of Mondello's finest national circuit ahead of us. Great images from this live stream, it has to be said. Parts of the circuit that you typically couldn't get used to or get next to. Just watching this 959 bike heading out on the circuit now. Just goes to show you don't need a superbike to have fun, to compete. It's a Honda Hornet, and that belongs to let's see if we can pick up that Honda Hornet later on. Could be Austin McNally. Mostly R6s in this field of 20 plus bikes. As we get green sectors all over the circuit. Thankfully, we've had a very incident-free afternoon, thankfully, so all riders can go home in the same state that they woke up at this morning, which is always good. A big shout out to our Orange Army of Marshals on the banks. Hopefully you're properly hydrated wherever it is you're stationed. You've got a little bit of shade to compensate for the weekends that you have to take shelter from the rain. So again, if you're tuned in from home, hope you're enjoying this fantastic footage available from mastersuperbike.ie. Have a look at the Watch Live tab on the right hand side of the web page. You can pull up the time, and also timing.ie, having a look at the Principal Insurance Masters Superbike Championship, and have a look at our live timing as it happens. Pit lane is still open, so if there are any remaining classic Superbikes or pre-injection bikes, need to join the fray immediately. As we watch that 55, I think that's Sean Gilbride on that Honda Fireblade alongside number 61 Robin Heathcote. Easy to distinguish that YZF 750 SP. I think there's two Fireblades in that grid. We'll see if we can pick up the second one. 203, taking up his position is Nick Healy on that 600 Honda. 959 is Sean Mooney, that Honda Hornet with the newcomers bib. Good to see so many newcomers bibs so early in the championship. Darryl Sharkey weaves through the pack. Now watch Owen Levy, number 24. Michael Prendergast. You'll always hear Michael before you see him. Those very loud 54mm Termionis resonating from the Ducati 916. And number 68, Ian Prendergast in position. Robin Heathcote, free wheels up to the line, take his position. He will start from row 6. Any moment now we should get our green flag to let us know that our grid is assembled and they can head out on their sighting laps. So 12 laps to be completed once the 2 sighting laps have been completed by the riders. You see them all around turn 1. So now let's pop up the grid for the start positions for this final Principal Insurance Master Superbike, Classic Superbike and pre-injection race 3, third last race on your program. Great shots of turn 3 there. Really finally laid tarmac at him. So here is your starting grid for the last race in the pre-injection Classic Superbikes round. Row 1 is Ian Prendergast, Darryl Sharkey and Michael Prendergast. Owen Levy heads up row 2 ahead of Jake Crean and Nick Healy. Row 3 is Vincent Long alongside Noel Dunn and Graham Anderson. Sean Mooney on that Honda Hornet, number 959, heads up row 4 alongside Liam Concannon and Kenneth O'Gorman. Liam Dunn starts row 5 alongside Colin Walsh and Derek Royal, number 943. Number 55 is that Honda Fireblade on row 6 of Sean Gilbride. Robin Heathcote is alongside him. And Austin McClanny completes row 6. And 19 and 20 on the grid is Austin King and Aidan Dooley. And that is your grid for this last 12-lap race for our pre-injection and Classic Superbikes. Again, really competitive times in this class that is dominated by Yamaha R6s, all well below the minute mark. Ian Prendergast's time of put him on pole was a 56.7, which not so long ago was a Supersport qualifying time. So you can see how much potential is in these pre-injection bikes. So riders coming out turn 4 for the first time on their out lap. We're expecting Ian Prendergast to be first into Southside Motor Factors. He looks like that's the case. Darryl Sharkey chasing him down, number 21. Then is Michael Prendergast. Leaders head out of turn 2 into the turn 3. And we just have a message for the owner of a silver Audi A4 who's parked outside the circuit close to the exit. He's blocking one of the guys that needs to get home. And the registration of that Audi is 09D13705. That's a silver Audi A4. Can you move your car, please? We need to get somebody out of the car park and out of the circuit. So that's a silver Audi A4, 09D13705. If you could get over to your car and just move it out of the way so that some of the riders can make their way home. So back to the racing, and we are into our first flying lap of this 12-lap race, and it is Ian Prendergast in the lead from Darryl Sharkey and Michael Prendergast in a classic Superbikes, third on the road, leading his class. Owen Levy is fourth, up one position, ahead of Jake Green, fifth, and Nick Healy's in sixth. So your second row, first and second row look pretty much the same except for a change between Owen Levy and Jake Green. As the riders exit the S's, bit of a battle going on between second and third place. It looks as though Michael Prendergast having a look on the inside of Darryl Sharkey. See what the power difference between it. Oh, slight touch as they exited Southside Motor Factors there, and there's a dead heat down the straight. But slightest of contact there, but all right between two riders that completely trust each other. Makes for good TV. The Michael Prendergast holds on to that second position as they head out for turn 3. In Prendergast cuts a lonely figure as he is on lap 4. 9 laps to go. The battle for second and third is allowing Ian Prendergast to lay down a marker to ride not so defensively, but get that R6 shifting while Michael Prendergast and Darryl Sharkey just get each other in contact, and that's allowed Ian Prendergast to put in the quickest lap of the day, and that's 57.1. Now that Michael Prendergast has broken free of Darryl Sharkey, he's in the 57.1s as well. So now we could see some inroads being made by Michael Prendergast to Ian Prendergast's lead on the R6 as Darryl Sharkey hangs on to that third place. We are watching the battle for fourth. It's now between Darryl Sharkey and Owen Levy as they pop into turn 4. Not quite sure what Owen is riding, so you can pull it up on the timing. But still, the lead goes to Ian Prendergast. Thanks for moving that car, appreciate that. As the leaders start lap 5 of 12. It's still Ian Prendergast with a 1 second lead ahead of Michael Prendergast. Darryl Sharkey still holding on to that third, but he is getting snagged from Owen Levy, who can potentially see another podium in himself. But Michael Prendergast already encountering traffic. Back marker in the way. 6 laps completed. And still Ian Prendergast gets his head down, and he starts lap 6 of 12. Darren Sharkey and Owen Levy still getting stuck into that battle for 3rd and 4th place. Not to be settled just yet, and the fastest lap of the race for Owen Levy. So he's laid down a gauntlet to Daryl Sharkey. You can see a 56.5, fantastic time for practically a 15-year-old bike. Again, setup is just as important as power output, so Owen Levy clearly has the pace to run at the front. And we just watch for the next couple of laps to see whether he makes a move on Daryl Sharkey. Of course, Daryl Sharkey, a past winner here as well, so he's going to have to use all of his experience to shake the toe of that R6 of Owen Levy. Fastest sectors now for Michael Prendergast, and a fastest lap of 56.9. As we see a rider down in turn 1, we think it is. It's up and okay. It looks like Graham Anderson, 986, has dropped a position to Liam Concannon. And Liam Dunn has taken advantage of Vincent Long to move up to 8th. Ian Prendergast still leads half a second, not much in it. The next couple of laps are going to prove very important for the Prendergast guys. Again, not racing each other in the championship, racing each other on the road. And that fastest lap of the race still stays with Michael Prendergast, number 21, that Ducati. Look down the leaderboard, see what's happening with Daryl Sharkey and Owen Levy. Both circulating in the low 57s, so there can't be much of a gap between them. And we take a look now at the riders leaving the S's, coming up into Southside Motor Factories. That's Robin Heathcote up the inside. Back marker as the leaders come around once more. It's still Ian Prendergast who leads Michael Prendergast, Daryl Sharkey. All start their 9th lap. Fastest lap of the race still with Michael Prendergast. The traffic in that last lap probably hindered all of the top running riders, but hasn't made any change in the positions. It's still Ian Prendergast from Michael Prendergast, Daryl Sharkey and Owen Levy locked in that battle for 3rd and 4th. Michael Prendergast, the only rider to drop into the 56s. Huge potential in these pre-injection and classic superbikes, as you can see from the lap times. Camera doesn't lie, and neither does the transponder. And Owen Levy seems to have dropped back, perhaps caught up with those back markers, so we'll be able to see what his lap time is. Probably 58, if even a 59 perhaps. The leaders are leaving turn 3. Owen Levy is just, yeah, he dropped a second in that last lap, so he's a second back from the leaders as they continue into lap 11 of 12. Last lap flag being prepared for the leading trio of Ian Prendergast, Michael Prendergast and Daryl Sharkey. I think we can write this one off for Owen Levy, as Ian Prendergast gets on the brakes into Southside Motor Factories for the penultimate time this afternoon and this weekend. Oh, a little bit of a wobble, shimmy from the rear perhaps, after suffering 3 races of punishment to that rear. And Darrell Sharkey's got past Michael Prendergast, so it's an R6-1-2 at the moment as we watch the other riders come out of turn 2 to lead into turn 3 for the final time. It is Ian Prendergast who's shown everybody a clean pair of heels this afternoon on his R6 number 68. Previous championship winner, a wealth of experience. As we watch a back marker try to stay off the racing line in turn 4 the S's, and it's into Southside Motor Factors for the last time for Ian Prendergast. It's going to be another win, another 25 points banked for Ian Prendergast, and Darren Sharkey holds on to that second position, and Michael Prendergast comes home in third but takes the win in the Classic Superbike category. Owen Levy is next in fourth. He will top the pre-injection podium. Jake Crean takes fifth. Nick Healy should be sixth. Dunn 7th, 107. Liam Concannon 8th. 9th is Graham Anderson. 10th is Liam Dunn. So the leaders come back round the back gate and into Park Fermer for the final time this weekend. And that will be them finished for the afternoon. So we can already see the winner, Ian Prendergast, getting his helmet off. Congratulate Michael Prendergast, number 21, and that Ducati 916. Darren Sharkey, another podium for the Cavan rider on the R6. Well done, Darrell. We are looking at two more pre-injection riders. And confirmation of that result. Win for Ian Prendergast, number 68. Second, Darrell Sharkey, number 45. Michael Prendergast, third, but wins the Classic Superbikes competition. Next is Owen Levy from Jake Crean and Nick Healy. Owen Levy will complete the pre-injection podium. That's third place for Owen. 7th position for Noel Dunn in the Classic Superbikes. And Liam Dunn will complete the podium for the Classic Superbikes, number 20 on the CBR 600. So the last of the pre-injection riders coming up to take the podium. We'll hand you over to Fergus.
Thanks, Andy, for commentary on that one. We're going to get straight into the what we're going to do first, the Classic Superbike podium. And in third place in Classic Superbike is Liam Dunn. Liam, if you can make your way up here, hop up on the podium and I'll hand you the trophy in a second. And coming with him, Liam's dad, Noel. It's unusual to see them this way around. Great for Noel, beating the sun. Well done, Noel. And then our winner of Classic Superbikes is Michael Prendergast. Come on, lads. Hop up on the steps there. Noel, down this end. Liam down that end. Come on. Ah, fight and talk. Right, well done. Well done, Michael. We go to Liam first. Well done, Liam. Well done. So we'll have a chat with you before we pass on. He says the only one he'll ever get. It's unusual for him to finish ahead of you today.
Look, it was an unbelievable race for me. I fell earlier on, so I ended up in the back of the grid, but oh, what a race. Oh, nose to tail, outbreaking, rubbing. Absolute brilliant race. It was one of the best races I've had up here.
You were ahead of him, so what happened towards the end?
Well, sure, the man never gives up. You know, he never gives up. But it's a credit to him to be at the pace he's at for the age he's at on the bike he's riding, you know. It's unbelievable.
It's a credit to you all. Love to see you lads on newer bikes, see what you could do with these other guys. So prize money, apparently, that cures everything. No, well done. You finished ahead of the young fella.
Well, we know who's going to be sitting at the head of the table tonight, don't we? I will.
Yeah. Well, as you should be.
So we had a good battle, and that's the main thing. Everyone's all right.
You enjoyed your weekend?
Enjoyed the weekend, and same for the marshals. And thanks for being here and all, you know yourself.
Good man, Noel. The only one who always, every time, mentions the marshals and thanks them. As he just said, if they're not here, we wouldn't be here. Michael, hop down there. See you having a chat with Darryl. Was there a bit of fisticuffs going on?
I know, fucking, that's all good crack. That's it's all part of the game. It was most enjoyable race I had all year so far anyway, so hope for a bit more of it now throughout the year.
Okay, well done. Pity there aren't a few more of you out there. I know Robin's going to do a little bit of work to try and get a few more classic superbikes out there to challenge you at the head of the field. I'm sure you'd enjoy that.
I'd love it. I have a few more people lined up to come on. Hopefully Joe Grant will make an appearance at some stage on something, so we'll try.
Well, that'll put the cat among the pigeons, won't it?
He's a big cat.
Not as much as he was. He's a lot smaller than he used to be.
That's for sure. We'll see how he goes.
Okay, well done, top three. Sorry for not presenting you with your trophy and shaking your hand. No, well done to our top three in the classic superbikes. We've got to move on now to the pre-injection class. Right, so our top three in the pre-injection class. Owen Levy, second time he's come up to the top step of the podium with us today. So Owen, make your way up. He's not listening to me at this deep in conversation, but I'm sure when he sees the others moving. In second place, Daryl Sharkey. Yeah, Owen is moving now. Up there and that, and I'll give you your trophy in a second. Come on over here, Daryl. And our winner, the other half of the Prendergast duo, it's Ian Prendergast. Well done. Another podium. Well done. How was that one? You were a little bit closer to the lads at the end there, I think.
Yeah, look, I just got tired near lap 7 and 8, and it was just like try and stay on the whole way around and just try and get some bit of silverware or something, bring it back in one piece and see can we get going with them the next time. They're just getting off a bit quicker than I can get off, so see what's happening. It's a good out race and a bit of fun, so.
Well, keep pushing, you'll get there.
Yeah, cheers, thank you very much.
Move on over across here to Daryl and we let Ian get in. We blocked his way there. The trophy's the wrong way around. It's the end of the day. I'm working here on my own. Things go wrong sometimes. I saw you having a few words with Michael there. What was that about?
I thought I made a bit of a sharp move on him, but he was happy, so. And then the two of us going down the straight, we're just chatting about it. And look, it's great. Sun's shining. Fair play to Mondello for running a great event again. And I want to say a special thanks to a sponsor that made his business to come up here, Martin Ward from BJD Motor Factors. Just say thanks for everything, Martin. I really appreciate it.
Well, it's great to see in this class that you can all have a chat about it afterwards and everybody's all right.
Everybody's all friends here and the crack is 90. Even after racing, like last night, the banter we have, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. Love being in this class.
Well done, Daryl. Ian, sorry about that. We blocked your way getting up there because we're trying to get moving on. We're a little bit behind on the timetable. Another win. They're not easy come by in this class with the likes of Daryl Sharkey in there.
No, they're not easy come by. All the boys are flying, even making the classic superbikes. But like, it's great. We're all racing each other with years, like, and it's great to see the younger lads coming on. We're all flying, like, it's great.
Okay, well done. You've put on a great show for us in that class for the weekend. Thanks very much to our top three in the pre-injection class, pre-injection 600. So we'll hand back to Andy for the last Moto 400 race of the weekend.
Thanks very much, Fergus, and well done, the pre-injection classic superbike riders for putting on a good show. And already we have our Moto 400 guys in position. To get their last race of the afternoon underway. And that will be 12 laps also. Good test of bikes in those conditions on this heat. Moto 400 riders out on the circuit. Stephen Tobin will be an omission from this race. He's already packed up and gone home. So safe home, Stephen. Great, always great to catch up. It's a bit of a slagging match at lunchtime. The only thing that worse than being talked about is not being talked about. So actually, we could say what we like about him now that he's gone. We wouldn't do that. Yeah, so Stephen, caught up with Stephen at lunchtime, and he explained that it's a brand new bike that he's running this weekend, something himself and Ben Milan had in storage for about 2 years, he said. And the old FZR gave up the ghost, so it's looks like the existing FZR, but it's fairings and tank, but it's all new to him underneath. So maybe we'll see Stephen pick up the pace with Andrew Murphy again as he gets to grips with the new machine. Of course, Stephen, his summer plans involve a trip to the Manx GP as well, so as well as the Principal Insurance Masters Championship on his agenda, he also has to think about the Manx GP. As you see, our Moto 400 riders on the dummy grid for the last time this weekend. It's Andrew Murphy. Perfectly worn looking front tyre on that 400 Honda, as is the front tyre on Damien Horgan's FZR 400 or RSP, not quite sure. Of course, these machines handle so sweetly. You should always see good tyre wear on those. Pocket rockets. So we have green at the back of the grid, so riders good to go and get their 2 cycling laps and a practice start underway. So this could be interesting from a starting point of view in terms of what it means with the gap in the front row of Stephen Tobin missing. So you've straight away, you've got clear road in front of you for the guys on row 2. So I suppose added pressure for the guys starting on row 1 to make sure they get away clean and don't get mugged by any of the riders in rows 2. So we'll pull up the grids for this remaining Moto 400 class and pop it on the live screen and bring you through our starting positions for this last Principal Insurance Moto 400 race. On pole position, Andrew Murphy, an omission. The gap of row 1, Stephen Tobin won't be present for this race. So the second row is Damien Horgan and Andrew Murphy on the top. Roy Wurst in 4th place. James Ging in the middle of row 2, with Chris Gray, number 67 at green and white. ZXR 400 completing row 2. Row 3 is Peter Doherty, number 34. Keane McSweeney, 989, in the middle of row 3. Eamon McKeown, 982, completes row 3. Row 4 is Conor McCarthy, Mark Sheridan, and Ben Milan, number 72. Number 13, number 24, David Murphy, starts row 5 alongside Blaine Tanner and Cian O'Brien, with Damien Higgins completing row 6. So that's your starting grid for this final Principal Insurance Moto 400 class. Andrew Murphy in position already. The Limerick rider has had an exceptional weekend by his own standards with 2 wins. And Damien Horgan also back on the pace. See if we can catch a battle between Damien Horgan. Almost stalls it. He's good to go. Try not to remind you of that in the future, Damien. And there they go. They're away. Deficit over 100 with Damien Horgan. Screams away from the line. He might get into turn 1 ahead of Andrew Murphy, but not in this case. Probably a little bit flustered from that start. Thought he'd stalled it, but he hadn't stalled it. All is good. As we watch Andrew Murphy out into turn 3 again. Very smooth, very smooth. And has already 5-6 bike lengths of a gap extended from Damien Horgan. I'm not quite sure who on the second row is running in third already. I can't just make it out. Could be Chris Gray, number 67. That green, white and blue, that traditional Kawasaki, indeed ZXR endurance colours. Fabulous livery. So Andrew Murphy comes down on his first flying lap with a 103.7, and that's comfortably the fastest lap of the race. Damien Horgan's not too far back in second place, and it's Roy Wurst who has taken the bull by the horns, number 58, to take third position. But all eyes on Andrew Murphy again. It's a Limerick rider, tips it in to turn 3, completely sideways. Very neatly done from Andrew Murphy, who has already banked 50 points this weekend with his 2 wins already. Fastest in sector 1 by 0.02 of a second, so already pulling the pin and trying to get away from Damien Horgan and Roy West. But there's a bit of a gap extended between Damien Horgan and Roy West, so that will allow Damien Horgan to focus on Andrew Murphy, see if he can eat into that lead of 1.2 seconds that Andrew Murphy has already established. Roy Wurst is circulating in the minute 0.7, whereas Andrew Murphy and Damien Horgan are already sub-minutes in doing mid-59s. And then Andrew Murphy's riding really smoothly. Whether he's getting good information from a pit board, we're not quite sure. We'll be interested to see what this lap time produces as he comes around for the third lap, because even though he may be establishing a gap and be aware of the gap, he's still keeping the hammer down as we watch him turn into Southside Motor Factors. We'll be aware pit board going out, so let's see what his actual time is. If he's aware that there's a gap of a second for him, he may still indeed keep it in the 59s, which he does, a 59.3, as does Damien Horgan. Drops into 1 minute 6, so lost a bit of time on that lap, Damien Horgan, which is why Andrew Murphy now has a gap of 2.5 seconds of the lead. Again, great footage of Andrew Murphy taking the 400 Honda around turn 3. Again, it's been an interesting weekend for the Moto 400 class, because typically Andrew has been hounded by the inline 4, typically the inline 4 FZRs of Stephen Tobin and Damien Horgan, but in this case he's given a masterclass of leading sectors, not just being good through the corners, but putting a good stringing a good lap together, the combination of the sectors and runs down the straight. We watch James Ging come into focus, number 70, followed by Chris Gray, number 67, and Cian McSweeney and Peter Doherty running 6th and 7th. Eamon McKeown 982 is in 9th, and Ben Milan should be next up. No, he's not. Conor McCarthy passes him, takes up one position to take 9th. Ben Milan relegated to 10th, number 72. As we watch, I think that's Roy Wurst. He'll be coming under the watchful eye of James Ging if he's not careful. And another 59 for Andrew Murphy on that last lap, showing great consistency on his V4 Honda against these inline fours. James Ging again. James Ging. Oh, it looks like number 58, Roy Wurst, has an issue, so he's retiring from the race with the mechanical and gets off the railing line. Not leaking any fluid, so he should be all right to continue. Yeah, you can just see Roy getting out of the way, get that bike parked. Don't see any fluids coming out of it, so that's good to see that we don't have any unwanted liquids or coolants on the circuit. That's great. And of course, these bikes, any of the race bikes, should be running full water in the event of something happening. That coolant should never be used. Just water is the only acceptable coolant to be used in these bikes. So we've just hit half race distance. Andrew Murphy again, fastest lap of the race with a 59 and a 7-second lead. He could probably take a second off his lap time for the rest of this race and still win comfortably, and his pit board will reflect that, so what he does with that information is his own. But we look at his lap times from the last couple of rounds to see our 59's his normal, with Stephen Tobin, of course, who's on that spare bike. Thanks very much, Joe. Thanks, got your text. Yeah, so Stephen's bike that he had the incident with, indeed, Ben Milan in rounds 1, 2 and 3 is kaput, and he's on his spare bike that they put together for this rounds 4, 5 and 6. So Andrew Murphy again with 5 laps remaining, including this one, does a mid 59.4. So that may be conservative, maybe fast, depending on his times from last month. We'll check that out later on. But for the moment, he's looking good. He's been doing 59s since the outlap. The only person that can get anywhere close to that is Damien Horgan. At the moment, he's circulating around the minute mark. The last lap was a minute 0.5. So he is the only person who seems to make a threat. But at the moment, there's a gap of 9 seconds there. So there is going to be no threat to Andrew Murphy's lead at the moment as he comes down past complete 2/3 race distance and starts lap 7 of 12. 4 laps remaining, including this one. As James King goes past, and he is up to 3rd. Roy Wurst, of course, a retirement, and James King getting ahead of Chris Gray. So that would be a good podium for James King to go home with. He'll be happy with that. Don't forget to stay tuned, because after this race we will have our 3rd and final Superbike Pro race of the weekend. Promises to a good spectacle. And we are watching the battle for 9th and 10th between Conor McCarthy, Blaine Tanner and David Murphy as the leader. Andrew Murphy completes lap 9. Almost metronomic times again, another 58, 59 in that last lap, and still the fastest lap of the race at 59.1. Three-quarters race distance now. We watch a couple of. Andrew Murphy overtakes a back marker into Southside Motor Factors. Pick up his pit board. I suppose we can expect another 59 here. No, he dropped into the minute, so he has turned the heat off a little bit and should be able to coast home. So after this lap, he'll have only 2 left to bank, and he will be in a great position to finish this race with 3 wins this weekend. Nice smooth entry and exit to turn 3. As the last lap flag is being prepared, we can see Andrew Murphy exit the S's and into Southside Motor Factors just one more time to pick up his last lap flag. And indeed hits another fastest lap with that last lap of a 59.186. So he's going great guns, the Limerick man. As we wait Damien Horgan to get under the last lap flag. And next up should be James Ging, which it is, number 70, Black ZXR 400. Oh, we have a rider tipped off on the exit of Southside Motor Factors, completely okay, just a little bit of a washout. So there'll be no overtaking at that last sector. So that means that once Andrew Murphy comes out of turn 3 and into turn 4, even if somebody catches, they can't overtake. So that's going to be the win for him. Yeah, safely done. And the checker flag and the red flag goes out at the same time. So that's going to be a win for Andrew Murphy, with the results going back to lap 9. And second place for Damien Horgan. Third place, James Ging. Fourth, Chris Gray. Fifth, Peter Doherty. Eamon McKeown made up a position on that last lap. Not quite sure whether that will count. Not sure whether that will count because of going back one lap. Not sure who that rider was to come off, but he's completely okay, just a front end washout. Just stuffing our face here, we're going to hand you over to the podium presentation to Fergus Brennan.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's our final Moto 400 race of the weekend. Another win for Andrew Murphy, and we'll get them all up on the podium now. We're going to do them as usual in reverse order, starting with third place, which is James King. James can make his way up, hop up on the third place at the podium there, and we'll get over to him with his trophy in a second. In second place, Damien Horgan, in his lovely new camouflage overalls. I don't think I've seen them before, or leathers. And our winner, once again, Andrew Murphy. So we'll head down, hand James over his trophy. Well done, Andrew. Well done, James. I think it's a while since we had you up here on the podium. I'm sure you're delighted with that at the end of that weekend.
Yeah, the weather was playing its toll on us, I think. So was the lad. I was catching Roy there and I was looking for a ding-dong battle, but when I seen he had a bit of trouble, I was sort of glad, because you know, the only energy levels are starting to wane a bit.
Were they? Is 12 laps a little bit much in this heat?
At my age it is, yeah.
God, well then how's the man at the other end going to feel?
Well, that's my excuse for Andy being so quick, you know, so.
It's all down to age, is it? Well, Damien then has every excuse in the world, unfortunately. Damien, he's saying it's all down to age that he couldn't keep up with Andrew. So how are you feeling after that, a long race in that heat?
Oh, I can do another 12.
Oh, good man, that's what I like to hear.
No, that was it's tough going out there. It's hot and it's slidey. So this man was away, and
I saw you at the start. Actually, you made a real big effort into the first turn to try and get ahead of him and maybe hold him back a bit, didn't you?
Yeah, that didn't work. That didn't work. He was he's too cute for that. Andrew's around the block long enough now. He wasn't going to fall for that one. So up he went and away, and off he went. And that was it. Last I seen of him.
You're still smiling at the end of the weekend anyway, so you've had a good time.
I'm happy. Yeah, we made a wee step from the first round. The first round it was a wee bit on the back foot, but slowly. I'll catch him by about August. That's it.
Very good, Andrew. Hop down there and we have a word. I'm sure you're happy with that. I know you'd have preferred to have Stephen there to beat him, but still 3 wins, great weekend.
Yeah, you can't beat that. Like, to come here with 3 wins, you know, it's brilliant. Like, so thanks a lot to all the helpers this weekend. Like, you know, it was a great weekend, and you couldn't ask for better weather, so you couldn't.
Well done, Andrew. Another win to add to the tally. Our top 3 then in the Motor 400. James King, who can't wait to get away and have a nice sit down. Damien Horgan and Andrew Murphy, well done. So we're going to head now to the grid to James Halligan for the last Superbike race of the afternoon.
Thanks very much, Fergus. So we turn our attention now to the remaining Superbike Pro race of the afternoon, which is going to be a 14-lap affair. We're just checking our sectors to see, are we good to go from a marshal's perspective? So we can see the recovery Jeep coming in the back of turn 4. So we are good to go for our final Superbike Principal Insurance Superbike Pro race of the afternoon. Big shout out to Joe and Ann Conley, who've traipsed the 6 flights of stairs to present me with an ice cream. Badly wanted, and thanks very much, guys. Really appreciate all your support. If anyone doesn't know, it's Big Joe Conley from Big Joe Photos. So give him a follow on Facebook and see the best of the images from this weekend's action. And we have some great interviews coming up. So as we wait for the riders to come back round from a cycling lap, we will hand you over to the well-educated James Halligan.
Thanks very much, Andy. And just before the first of the riders come back, we'd like to send our condolences from the principal Mondello Masters to the Wilson family in Cork. Alan Wilson passed away, father of Derek Wilson and Brendan Wilson. Alan was a competitor here for many years, maybe 30 years ago, but our condolences to the Wilson family at this sad time in their life. But first back is Brian McCormack, so we'll have a quick word with Brian. Brian, you were doing a bit of sliding around earlier.
Yeah, we had the same front tire on from the first race yesterday, so it was a bit eventful, we should say, but with struggling with a bit of horsepower, having to use really low gears like first and second, and that's not ideal when you have no grip. So we have a new shoe in for this one, so we'll have a bit of crack at it.
Yeah, sure, it's a lovely day for it.
Yeah, it's been brilliant, you know, and the crowd earlier on was great. It's great to see so many people out on a day like this. So hopefully we can put on a good show. Myself, Derek, and Emmet and the rest of them get in the mix, and we'll get out of here safe and get to the Isle of Man.
Perfect. See you there.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brian. And a man on the outside of the front row here hasn't been here for a long time, so it's a vintage front row. Peter Maloney, welcome back.
Hey, you want to get on to Roddy? Roddy, we need to start getting the brolly dollies back or that. It's too hot.
It's great to see you back.
Yeah, well, sure. I was kind of forced into it after seeing the last round, the excitement, all the good weather. It was either that or lay a patio, you know. So.
We're missing half your friend, the R1 man.
Oh, Richie? Yeah. He bought a tractor, sold the bike, bought a tractor, so I don't know, will you see him back? Maybe.
That's a pity.
What's that?
That's a real pity, because Richie's a good lad.
Yeah, it was a good tractor, though, he got.
Yeah, what's he get?
I don't know, he's after going into beef now and everything, so I'd say it'll be a GoFundMe now to get him another bike, you know.
Yeah, well, it'd be nice to see him back anyway. So, anyway, tell us, what have you been doing with yourself? You haven't been here for a while.
Sure. I've been doing much working, you know yourself.
Curse of the poor man.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't been allowed to come up, you know. I
haven't been allowed to come over here either. I'm not allowed over there either.
yeah. Well, sure, it took a bit of convincing there now to get the lads back for this round, so, look. Well, it's a bit tiring now. You wouldn't be the fitness. I see Emmet there, and he's on all the bikes out there. I don't know how they do it, you know. So.
Well, he must be in about 10 races today.
I'd say so, yeah, and on the podium for every one of them, and he's mad to go again.
Look at all the prize money he's bringing home. He'll be loaded.
And all the empty cans of Red Bull as well, you know.
Anyway, Peter, good to see you here. All right, take care, and grab one quick word with the pole position man, Derek Wilson, or Derek Shields. Sorry. Derek just said a few words about Derek Wilson's dad, Alan. Good man, a former competitor here as well.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, sad news for Derek. Obviously, Alan passed away there during the week. So, no, lovely man, very funny man. Big into his motorsport over the years and his cars and all the sorts. So, yeah, we're actually heading down there to Cork tomorrow for the funeral. So, yeah, sad one.
Yeah, I remember when he raced an RC30 here. That's not today or yesterday.
No, it's not today or yesterday when Derek did, no.
Anyway, here, best of luck, and I hope you see you on the top step, all right? Back to the Andy in the tower.
Thanks, James. Everybody seems nicely relaxed and ready to rock for this final 14-lap battle. And once the riders are underway, they'll have 2 laps to complete their final sighting of this very successful, it has to be said, round of the 456 of the Principal Insurance Master Superbike Championship. And then we will be underway. So the get ready board is just going out. And once they get out of turn 1 for the first of their 2 sight laps, we will pop the grid up and run you through the 7 rows of riders that will compete the 14 laps this Principal Insurance Superbike race. So here's your grid for the final battle of the afternoon. And on pole position, it's Derek Shields, number 82. Beside Derek is Brian McCormick. Cow Roadhouse by FHO Racing. BMW M1000 RR. Peter Maloney pops up onto row 1. Row 2 comprises of Emmett O'Grady, VTL tag Honda Fireblade. Not quite sure, we didn't see if Alan Kenny was on the grid on row 2, and Shane Conley, number 96, on the R1, completes row 2. Daniel Matheson, number 15, is on row 3 beside Ronan Waters and Darren Tierney. Declan Madden, 833, is on row 4 beside Ryan Whitehall and Kevin Madigan. Row 5 is Alan Smith, Sean Brawley, 99, on the GSXR 750. Davin Casey, 888, completes row 5. Marius Kopka is on row 6 alongside Colin Murphy and Ian Huerty. And Andrew Huerty is on row 7. So riders grabbing that last bit of heat for the brake rotor. Try and keep the heat for, try and stop these 200 horsepower beasts. Get them stopped and flipped into turn 1. See Brian McCormick filter through the traffic. Then we will be under starters orders. Derek and Brian give each other a nod and a wink. Fierce rivalry, but best of friends. And Alan Kenny is on a mission, so it will be depleted row 2, just 2 riders. Brian McCormick, not the greatest of starts, but he leads into turn 1 with 14 laps to go. Not quite sure whether he gained an advantage from that, but he certainly has a commanding lead as he head into turn 3 for the first time. Fantastic conditions still. As they've bailed into turn 4. Derek Shields has made some inroads to that lead that Brian McCormick had. And you see a slide off. Quite sure who dropped it that time. But it's still Brian McCormick who leads down to start finish to end his first out lap. Derek Shields in hot pursuit. Derek Shields in hot pursuit into turn 3. We may see another flag coming out because we have yellows in sector 1. So there'll be certainly no passing in that area. That is turn 4, and quickly approaching Brian McCormick and Derek Shields. That looks like Peter O'Mahony. Peter Maloney indeed. Peter Maloney, who's took that slide out of turn 4 on lap 2, so that's an unfortunate end to his afternoon and weekend. Our attention back to that. Leaders Brian McCormick and Derek Shields. Not much of a gap. Fastest lap of the race so far goes to Derek Shields with a 54 flat. And that's reflected in the position that he has on Brian McCormick into turn 4 out of the S's. Great manoeuvre yesterday in turn 3 from Derek Shields. So whether he's going to hang around for a couple of more laps and make a move later on in the race rather than give away his hand at the moment, he may just sit there for a moment. He's certainly not under pressure from third place rider Emmett O'Grady. Shane Conley in 4th, Daniel Matheson in 5th. Watch the riders get out to turn 3 on their 4th lap, this 14 lap excursion. Neatly done. Brian holds a really tight line at turn 3. Nicely done. On the same line for both riders. Turn 4, the S's up the hill, hard on the brakes into Southside Motor Factors to finish their lap. There's an uncharacteristic error from Peter Maloney to lose the, looked as though he lost the front end of that GSXR. Hopefully nothing too major damage in terms of getting out for next month's Principal Insurance Masters Championship. As the leaders once again head out to turn 3, lap 5. Fastest lap of the race goes to Brian McCormack, as both Brian and Derek Shields dip into the high 53s on that last lap. Keep an eye on sector times as well to see is there any difference between them, but not much to them, as you can see them following each other around. Still Emmett O'Grady in 3rd position, 4 seconds adrift of the leaders Brian McCormack and Derek Shields. It'd be a good confidence boost for Brian McCormack if he was to take this final Superbike victory of the weekend. He packs up and heads for the Isle of Man TT races on Wednesday, I believe. Ireland's fastest Southern TT rider. We have a red flag, so that will halt that session. We will assess the situation in terms of where we will go with a restart or otherwise, but either way this race will not continue. Riders coming in the back gate being ushered to head into that pit lane exit at the top of Southside Motor Factors. Back gate is not open. And the riders coming back down, take their positions on the grid, so hopefully nothing too serious, that we can get this race restarted quickly. So it's going to take a couple of moments to get the circuit tidied up as we watch the recovery jeep and trailer pop out and collect the respective bikes that have been involved in that incident. We'll have a couple of changes to the grid with retirement of Peter Maloney. Retirement in that turn 4 slide. But he was up and okay, which is always the most important thing. The riders being brought back to the grid, we would expect this race to be rerun over, not quite sure how many laps. We had 5 laps started by half the pack. So that may mean a rerun of 5 minus 14, perhaps 1 and 9. We'll wait and see what race control come back with. So that will shake up the point situation in the Superbike Championship, the Supersport Championship, and indeed the Super Twins, with all the points that Oisin Maher has banked this weekend. He should be on a par with Kevin Keyes in the Supersport Championship, or perhaps even further. We shall have to check with his results from rounds 1, 2 and 3, see where that leaves him. Of course, Kevin had maximum points in the Superbike Championship as well, so there could be a shake-up in that table too. We'll just have to keep an eye on that as the results are published, probably later on tonight. We'll make the competition for round 7, 8 and 9 next month all the more interesting. So still marshals and medics dealing with that incident at turn 3. Hopefully nothing too serious and we get underway again shortly. So as we wait for this incident to be cleared up and a restart, we will take a quick ad break.
The Masters Superbike Championship is brought to you by Principal Insurance, part of Howden. For motorbike, car, van and home insurance, Principal Insurance have you covered. Get a quote today. The Masters Superbike Championship is brought to you by Principal Insurance, part of Howden. For motorbike, car, van and home insurance, Principal Insurance have you covered. Get a quote today.
Still staying on for the moment. Before we resume racing, we'll have one siding lap and 6 laps to finish off today's activities. Busy grid of mechanics and helpers helping to get those tyre warmers on as quick as possible. Keep the heat in the rim and the tyre, not just the tyre. The rim has to hold on to the heat to keep all parts of that tyre nice and toasty. And we are just having clear the grid message. So almost ready to resume racing then, with 6 laps to bring this race, Superbike race, to conclusion. Our riders getting their helmets and PPE on back once more. And the grid is practically cleared. Shane Conley first away. I'm not quite sure if he's a retirement. The front row of Derek Shields and Brian McCormick are ready to go. It's been given the all clear. All the sectors are green. And we will check the start positions for you again once the riders come around to see if there's going to be any obvious omissions apart from Peter Maloney. Of course, we know who tipped off in turn 4, the early parts of the first 5 laps that race. So that's going to be an obvious gap there. Other than that, should be business as usual for the remaining Superbike Pro riders. Shane Conley is retired from the starting grid, so his position on the grid will be an obvious omission. Tavin Casey first into his allocated spot on GSXR 1000, number 888. Here comes Daniel Matheson, who will be on row 2. And we are almost underway, good to go. Derek Shields gets away under the watchful eye of Emmett O'Grady, who gains an advantage into turn 1. Derek Shields holds the line on the outside, though. What way is he going to exit for the entry to turn 2? Not good, because Emmett O'Grady still holds that positional change, but Derek Shields has made a bolt from turn 2 into turn 3 in the lead, and Brian McCormick will be eyeing up Emmett O'Grady to see if he can jump back into that position P2 where he was and get back into the groove with Derek Shields. And it looks like he's made that pass stick, so we will have another 5 laps after this one to see what sort of will be Derek Shields and Brian McCormick. Identical lap times, of course, last time out. Very little between them, and you would expect nothing to change there. Lighter fuel load, tyres nicely worn. Only 6 laps. It's going to be a sprint race. You're not going to have to conserve any part of that tyre, so you would expect low 57s for the remainder of this race. And Derek Shields has gone and done that from the start of 57.8. We'll see what Brian McCormick can put together as he gets some clean air in front of him. Emmett O'Grady still in 3rd place. Daniel Matheson is in 4th. Cup rider Ronan Waters, number 151 on Honda Fireblade, has brought himself up to 5th place. Ryan Whitehall, another Cup rider, is in 6th. Darren Tierney is in 7th. So the leaders close the tower for the second time in the restart. Derek Shields and Brian McCormick drop into the 53s, a 53.4 from Derek Shields on his first flying lap with clean air in front of him. He's making best use of that. And there's a gap of just a second between himself and Brian Cormack. That's not an awful lot in Superbike money. Brian McCormick will have huge incentive to get that lead back that he had prior to the race being stopped. So let's see how the next couple of sectors progress as we watch Derek and Brian tip into Southside Manufacturers to complete lap 2. Complete lap 3 with 3 laps remaining, including this one. It's another fastest lap for Derek Shields with a 53.1. Brian McCormick's last lap was a 53.7. So he will lead by 1.4 seconds at the moment. And we can see we have a faller in turn 1. Rider up and okay. And there's a line of fire, good to see. Not sure who that is. We've lost our leader, is it? Is Derek Shields? Has he dropped it? Certainly looks that way. Brian McCormick now inherits the lead. Derek Shields did slip off into turn 1, handing the lead to Brian McCormick. And that brings Emmett O'Grady up into 2nd position and promotes Daniel Madison into 3rd. So that's an uncharacteristic error from Derek. Up and walking away, of course, that's the most important thing. And minimal damage to their bike, you would hope as well. As we watch Brian McCormick come into turn 4, cast a lonely shadow. Into Southside Motor Factors. And the last lap flag is being prepared for the Tremor man, who with simply 1 lap left to complete and a gap of over 4 seconds last time around. This looks like he's going to cap off his weekend with a win in the Principal Insurance Superbike Pro race. As we watch Rona Waters and Darren Tierney compete into turn 1, out of turn 2 into turn 3. We are awaiting Brian McCormick into turn 4 for the last time, out of the S's. Southside Motor Factors, just 1 corner left to compete on this reduced 6-lap race. And it is Brian McCormick who will take the win for the FHO Macau Racing. Celebratory wheelie across the line. Emmett O'Grady gets his 2nd place, and Daniel Matheson should take the final podium position. And he does in 3rd, and we wait for the Cup riders to come past. And the Cup win goes to Rona Waters, with Darren Tierney in 2nd, and Declan Madden will step up to the podium in 3rd. So watch the last of the riders come past and finish off our coverage of the rounds 4, 5 and 6 of the Principal Insurance Masters. We will have our final podium celebrations. So Brian McCormick will be quite thrilled with that win. He heads for the Isle of Man on Wednesday. And well-earned 2nd place for Emmett O'Grady on that VTL tag Honda Fireblade. And Daniel Matheson had that slight off yesterday. Great to see his bike repaired and able to present himself on the podium again, number 15 on the BMW S1000 RR. The remainder of the Cup riders come back into Park Fermat, get ready to take up their trophy. So it's a win for Ronan Waters, number 151. Second for Darren Tierney, 289. And Declan Madden, 833, is the final Cup rider. And with that, we will hand you over to the final podium celebrations. Fergus Brennan.
Well, that wraps up the second event of the 2024 Principal Insurance Master Superbike Championship, finishing up with a shortened Superbike race after a couple of incidents earlier on in the race. So we're going to get the Principal Insurance Supersport or Superbike Cup up here first. So we're going to start with third place in Superbike Cup, which is Declan Madden. So Declan, if you can head up there, hop up on the podium. We'll get you your trophy in a second. Second place, fantastic performance by a man who's only started on Superbike this season, Darren Tierney. Hop up on the podium there, Darren, and then we present you with your trophy. And our Cup winner, once again, Ronan Waters.
Not fit much alcohol in that.
Well done, Declan. Well done. Good to see you back on the podium. For a man who wasn't going to do any this season, you've done 2 events now, and you've been on the podium a few times.
So I keep going and see how it goes. I thought I had Darren or Dean in the last corner, but sure, the bike let go. But it's racing, isn't it?
It is. And how you felt about getting here this weekend, having not tested on Friday, is obviously a little bit harder than some of the other lads who've been here all weekend.
It is. The bike's all reset up, so it was qualifying yesterday morning was the first time I rode. But look, it is what it is. Just to get on it.
Yeah. And you're doing well, and the whole garage down there is doing well.
It is. Yeah, Jack there is absolutely flying. Andrew was unfortunate today. His clutch went, but he's flying in the pros. So it's a good little section we have there. So.
Very good. Thanks to Declan Madden of DM Groundworks, one of our sponsors of the Junior Supersport on Moto 1 Championship. Darren, a new name in Superbike, and you've been flying, but it didn't start that well this morning with a stall on the grid.
No, I was just being stupid, to be honest, but that was a good race. I didn't stall, I didn't fall off. First Cup, I'm delighted.
Yeah, I was just going to say that you've progressed a long way over the weekend, and from the start of the season, your times are fantastic, and here you are on the podium in second place.
Thank you very much. I hope to be beating the pros soon. So.
Okay, so does everybody up here. Ronan, another good weekend. Yeah, his championship is looking good. I know it's only two events in, anything can happen, but you've got a strong start.
Exactly, yeah. The year is long, look, you know, and I'm not hoping for everything we can, but I'm just going to take it step by step, you know what I mean? And just all the boys, thanks very much to everyone who helped me over the weekend. And you know, the boys racing, clean racing, and myself and Darren had a good tic-tac there into one of the corners at the back, and just, you know, it's great to bring it all home one piece.
Okay, well done up on the top step again. Our top three, Declan Madden, Darren Tierney and Ronan Waters.
Thank you, guys.
Well done. Our final podium of the entire weekend, the last Principal Insurance Superbike race of the weekend. And in third place, Daniel Matheson. Good to see Daniel back on the podium again. Had a few problems at the previous event, but he's back up there. Great performance by him. Well done to Daniel. Hop up there, I'll give you your trophy in a second, Daniel. And then in second place, Emmett O'Grady. Daniel's presenting himself with the trophy, why not? Emmett O'Grady. And our winner, first win of the year after a string of second places, it's Brian McCormack.
Thank you.
Well done, Daniel. Well done. I wouldn't say we're expecting that where you started and the way the race was progressing.
No, it's definitely been a challenging weekend. Yesterday we decided to cartwheel the bike to make a bit more work for ourselves, but today turned out and we're just chipping away slowly but surely, getting there. Challenging conditions for everyone. I don't know if it was just myself, but it was very slick, like spinning up, sliding. But like I said, it was the same for everyone. So
a little bit too hot for the tyres.
It must be that, or else the talent's run out.
Oh, I doubt that. It's certainly the times are good and they're coming back to where you would like to be.
Yes, absolutely. Like I say, just keep chipping away week by week. Hopefully we'll get there and get up a bit closer to the front. So over the moon.
Well done, Emmett. Second place. Congratulations. There's your trophy. Well done. Another appearance on the podium. Superbike second place to match your Supersport second place. But I'm sure you're hoping for more.
Yeah, but I suppose where I was at the start of the year to where I am now, there's a big difference. So I'm just delighted to be up here. Thanks to everyone that's got me to this point. My mom, Aoife, kids, family, the whole lot. Tazi, everyone, just everyone in general. Thanks so much for standing by me, I suppose, more than anything else, you know. And it's I'm delighted to be here. Brian beside me, and seeing Derek on the ground, which is very uncharacteristic of him. But no, overall very happy. Something to build on and go forward into the next round.
Okay, well done, Emmett. Brian, you're certainly too tall for me to reach up there to. A win, I know you've been looking for that, and it's come finally after 6 rounds.
Yeah, look, it's as Emmett said, it's Derek crashing isn't a usual thing, but I put pressure on him. Every lap I was seeing 53 on my lap timer, so we knew the pace was good and I was kind of pushing him, but I started from further back because of a jump start in the first part, so I had to kind of make it up. But pace was good and I was kind of looking for, it was a good fun race. Unfortunately Derek went down, but yeah, we'll take the win.
And where do we go from here? Well, I know the answer, but tell me anyway.
Yeah, to the Isle of Man now on Wednesday, so that's kind of the big one for me now, and then we can kind of really concentrate on the Masters. When we come home we can give it everything, because at the moment we're kind of minding myself and minding the bikes and stuff, so when we come back from that then we can give this a really good go.
Okay, well done. Well, this won't have harmed your championship chances anyway the way it went today. So well done to the top 3 in Superbike, Daniel Matheson, Emmett O'Grady, and our winner, Brian McCormick. So we just let Emmett get out of the way. That's all from us. We hope that you've enjoyed watching the live stream from the Principal Insurance Masters Superbike Championship this weekend. Thanks to everybody who made the event happen, all our sponsors. They're all on the backdrop here. Principal Insurance, Megabikes, DM Groundworks, OHA, Sorcom Plant, Motorland, Elco Fire. Dara Crean of Elco Fire was away racing the BSB this weekend, so he wasn't here with us, and we're just delighted to have them all on board. Thanks to all the marshals, all the officials, everybody who put so much work in. And I know it's a terrible thing, us Irish, we're always giving it about the weather, it's too hot or it's too wet, but it is hard work. It's a long day, racing from 10 o'clock in the morning, on your feet all day, concentrating all day. Well done to all the competitors. Thanks to See It Live for providing the usual strong coverage, and we look forward to doing it all again. Back here with the Dunlop, with the Principal Insurance Masters Superbike Championship. Terrible mistake to make, but it's the end of a long weekend. Principal Insurance Masters Superbike Championship back here at the end of June. The Masters Superbike Championship is brought to you by Principal Insurance, part of Howden. For motorbike, car, van and home insurance, Principal Insurance have you covered. Get a quote today. The Masters Superbike Championship is brought to you by Principal Insurance, part of Howden. For motorbike, car, van and home insurance, Principal Insurance have you covered. Get a quote today.